everyone, and welcome back. As always, I'm your girl, Candy Washington. So before we dive into today's episode, which is all of the spoilers and latest gossip, tea, and drama surrounding the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills season 13 reunion. So they've officially filmed the reunion. People are spilling the tea. There's a lot of drama and predictions going on. So we are just going to have a lot of fun and yeah. So as we go through, be sure to drop your name, drop your candy canes, where you're listening from in the chat box, drop your questions in your comments. Let's have a really fun time, okay? And so before we dive in, go ahead and like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's go. So first up, let's talk about how the reunion and honestly, this entire season has been Kyle Richards versus the girls. Okay. So Kyle was on her Amazon Live and she really spilled some of the tea. So we're going to do an overview of what Kyle has said about the reunion. And then I'm going to break down. Oh, I'm hiding Garcelle's face. Okay. And then I'm going to break down my predictions for each of the ladies with Kyle versus them. So let's first start with the overview. So this is from Reality Blurb. It says Kyle Richards dishes on scary Real Housewives of Beverly Hills reunion, Dorit feud, and who got the most heat, plus Erika's Watch What Happens Live diss and Lisa Rinna update. Kyle Richards was asked to describe the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills reunion in 5 words during a recent appearance on Amazon Live. And don't worry, guys, you know I have that clip, and so we will be watching it in just a bit. In addition to sharing who was in the hot seat the most, naming the cast members with the best looks, and confirming if the group got resolution, Kyle spoke of her future with Dorit, reacted to Erika, saying she hoped Andy Cohen would eviscerate her at the taping, and revealed if she's seen Lisa Rinna lately. Torture is 1 word, and anxiety provoking, that's 2 words, sorry. Stressful, scary, emotional, Kyle said of the reunion on Amazon Live on February 6th. As for who got the most heat, Kyle named herself, Dorit, and Sutton. I would say I was definitely in the hot seat a lot, I would say. Yeah. I think Dorit was, oh gosh, I think Sutton, yeah, she stated. She then named Garcelle and Erika as the cast members with the best looks. Although the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills season 12 reunion saw utter chaos between her and her sister Kathy, Kyle confirmed she had a much better luck this time around when it came to getting closure. I felt better leaving than going, absolutely, which is always my goal, which is why last year was so depressing to me and so sad. I've never had that. That was by far the worst reunion leaving there. We didn't even take a picture, didn't hug, didn't cheer. I just went home and cried, she recalled. I mean, yeah, you went home and you cried because you and the faux Fox 5 got exposed and read for filth for an entire season all over the internet, and yes, at the reunion. None of you guys should have had the privilege of closure. Kyle, you and Lisa Rinna and Erika Jane and Ding Dong Dorit, y'all did so many women so dirty. Not just last season, but for all of the seasons. Your own sister, Yolanda Hadid, Denise Richards. You even did Camille dirty as hell. Not to mention what you guys did to Garcelle last season. Like, stop. You deserve to go home and cry. All of you guys did. And all of you deserve the smoke that Kathy gave you. So I guess I'm happy you had a better reunion with your sister this time. Fine. But don't play the victim and act like you didn't get what you got because you deserved it. Because you did. Anyway, let's keep going. She says, I felt good coming out of the reunion and I felt very relieved to be able to say that. All the things that I had, that had hurt me through this season, I was able to address. And I felt like I felt their feeling a lot lighter. So that's always a goal for me. Again, like the problem with Kyle is that she never can see her role in the mess. She doesn't see her role in her, failing marriage with Mauricio. She doesn't see her role in how all of the women are really not messing with her this season. She doesn't see her role in how all of her sisters don't really mess with her like that. If your husband can't be bothered, if your friend group slash coworkers cannot be bothered, your family cannot be bothered, the common denominator is you. If you're having all of these problems in your interpersonal relationships, most likely you are at fault. And she still doesn't take any personal responsibility. Doesn't mean that other people aren't at fault. Doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means you're not taking accountability for the role that you play in the demise of these relationships. When the entire world is against you, you got to look in the mirror. Obviously, there are certain situations where that's not true, but with Kyle, it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that blanketly. Anyway, while Dorit recently said she and Kyle did not go into the reunion on good terms, Kyle said she was hopeful that they'd be close again soon. I can always, repair things with someone if I cared about them, so yes, she stated. She's also not holding a grudge against Erika for her Watch What Happens Live diss. She actually gave me a heads up about it. I was kind of just confused because we are friends and I love her and value her friendship. I honestly think it was because she was so grilled last year. She felt like she was on trial at the reunion. So she was like, it's someone else's turn, Kyle explained. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit more into her dynamics with Dorit and with Erika when I get to Dorit and Erika's little section during the live. But I'll say this to preface this. Kyle, you're a liar. Number one, you don't like Dorit anymore. Just be honest with it. You don't like her. You don't like her because of the rumor she was having sex with your husband. And you don't like her because she had the audacity to say, hey, maybe you could take some accountability with your sister and with the whole Kathy stuff last reunion. And you said this yourself. So don't act like you actually want to be close with Dorit again. The reason why you want to be close with Dorit again is the same reason why you are now backtracking on feeling some type of way about Erika saying she wanted you eviscerated. It's because you need allies and you know you don't have any. You most likely do want to come back for next season, but you realize you are now an island. And so you're now trying to recoup and rebuild those friendships, not because you actually want to be friends with them, but because you realize you do no longer have any alliances. So that's why now you're backtracking with Erika, and that's why now you're like, I want to be close to Dorit again. Yeah, because you need someone to film with you. Anne Marie, I doubt she's coming back, and that was a complete flop. So Kyle knows that she needs allies, she needs alliances, and she's pretty much on an island by herself. So now, yes, of course, she wants to backtrack because it's after the reunion. She wants to get a contract. So, girl, stop. Regarding her recent contact with Lisa Rinna, Kyle revealed they recently bumped into each other at a sushi restaurant. I saw Rinna, she was great, and I've been looking at her Instagram and she is just killing it as like a model now. I just really love that. I mean, she looks amazing, Kyle gushed. Girl, stop trying to make Rinna happen. She's on pause for a reason. She then was questioned about her favorite season on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. It was very hard for me to say, Kyle admitted. Honestly, it's sad. But the ones that stand out are my least favorite because I just don't know. I guess that's just how life is. But I have a lot of great moments on the show and a lot of not great moments on the show, good and bad. Even this season, I had a very challenging time, but we also had some fun times too. I really do love the girls trips, just being with the girls there. Kyle, please. You were just on what do you call it? You were just on Jeff Lewis Live talking about I don't know these hoes. We did an episode on it, how Kyle basically was like, I don't talk to these women unless we're filming. I don't know what's going on in their life. Why are they asking me what's going on in mine? And I'm like, what? Kyle, you just said on Jeff Lewis Live, you don't know these hoes. Like, at least pretend that you guys are actually friends for the sake of the show, because the whole show is about friendships, forming female friendships, mending female friendships, what that looks like. And for you to get on the show and be like, I don't know these people, you even dissed Morgan Wade because that PR relationship contract is over. You were on Just Lewis being like, she's just a chick in the rotation. She's just one of the many people I text every day. You were just like, Morgan's on rotation. She's just a chick on the roster because that contract is over. So Kyle, girl, stop. But let's watch what she had to say on Amazon Live, and then we'll get into more of the specifics. All right, here we go.
H asks, how would you describe the reunion in 5 words? I don't even know. Torture is one word. Um, Anxiety provoking. It's 2 words. Sorry. Stressful, scary, emotional. You know. Okay. Who do you think got the most heat at the reunion? Well, I would say I was definitely in the hot seat a lot. I would say. Yeah, I think Dorit was. I mean, gosh, I think Sutton. H says, other than your own, whose reunion look was your fave? Whose reunion look was my fave? I am going to go with Garcelle and Erika. I'll pick two. Do you feel any sense of resolve by the end of the reunion? Yes, I did, for sure. I felt better leaving than going. Absolutely. Which is always my goal, which is why last year was so depressing to me and so sad. I've never had, that was by far the worst reunion. Leaving there, we didn't even take a picture. We didn't like hug. We didn't cheer. Nothing. And we usually go out after to eat or something. No, we were there too late. I just went home and cried. Oh well. Okay, so.
So again, Kyle playing the victim. She seemed a little. Now, you guys, this is the human in me. She seemed a little sad and down and just, I don't know. Like, I'm not the biggest, like, Kyle fan, but just like human to human, woman to woman, I think that Kyle needs to take a break and really focus on herself. Not even like no kiki, none of that. Like in real, like human to human, I think she needs to take a pause and really just focus on herself and getting her mind right. Cause something isn't, I don't know, something's a little off, a little tick tick, I don't know. And I want her to be good in like a real human way. So that's kind of how I feel about that. But let me know what you guys think on Kyle spilling the tea on season 13 reunion spoilers and bombshells. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So, with that, let's move on to me breaking down how season 13 reunion is going to be all about Kyle versus the girls. So, first, let's talk about Kyle versus Dorit. Okay, here we go. So, this is according to All About the Real Housewives Tea. It says after a rocky season in their friendship, Kyle Richards and Dorit Kemsley weren't in the best place when they filmed the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills season 13 reunion. Both Kyle and Dorit have had a rough season on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. The two longtime stars have spent a majority of the seasons going through issues in their respective marriages. While Kyle Richards felt out of the loop with her husband Mauricio, Dorit, on the other hand, felt unsupported with her struggle with PTSD by husband Paul PK Kemsley. On top of that, Dorit and Kyle's friendship also found itself on rocky ground, with Dorit vocalizing that she felt estranged from Kyle amid her new friendship with country singer Morgan Wade. Dorit felt misplaced by Morgan. Dorit felt replaced by Morgan. On top of that, Dorit couldn't believe Kyle tattooed her initial on Morgan. She also didn't understand Kyle's new lifestyle that includes lots of working out and no drinking. If that weren't enough, Dorit also wondered why she had been replaced by Morgan as one of Kyle's travel buddies. Naturally, Kyle Richards wasn't happy with all of Dorit's comments. To start, Kyle called out Dorit for claiming they traveled together all of the time outside of filming for The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. According to Kyle, she, Dorit, and their friends and their families went on one trip together in all of the years they had been friends. To put it bluntly, it's just an exaggeration, Kyle said on Amazon Live of Dorit's concerns about their friendship. Completely. I love Dorit, but it's not like, my friends. We'll go to the gym, we'll work out together, we hike together. She doesn't do that kind of stuff. So basically, Kyle is like, I don't really know you, chick. We went on one family vacation together. I film with you. Other than that, keep my name out your mouth. This is very, very different than how Kyle and Dorit have been in the past. Usually they've been bosom buddies. Usually, they've been bosom buddies. Usually they are couple friends. So Mauricio and PK used to be very, very close. So it's very interesting now how Kyle is basically being like, keep my name out your mouth. I don't really know you like that. I mean, I think the biggest elephant in the room for the entire season is how they want to talk about Kyle's marriage, but they don't want to talk about the rumor that Mauricio was sleeping with Dorit. And that all of a sudden, Kyle is like, keep my name out your mouth, Dorit. I don't really know you like that. That is the big elephant in the room. Like, hello. And then we have them, and by them, I mean Kyle and Dorit having conversations about Kyle's marriage, the state of Kyle's marriage on camera. And Kyle looks like she wants to pop Dorit in her face. She does. She looks like that. One, I think it's because she's like, I don't want to talk about this on camera. And number two, she's like, well, yeah, well, one of the reasons why me and my husband are beefing is because you were smelling him like you knew him in an intimate way. And I have a problem with that. And the entire internet thinks something is going on with you and him. Like, how did they not discuss that rumor at all? The only time they have ever addressed the rumor, and I'm not talking about the little stupid stuff on Watch What Happens Live where Dorit's like, oh no, my children call them Auntie Kyle and Uncle Mo. Again, how close they are. Was on the reunion last season, and Kyle was like, oh, it doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, and then they're saying that we're swingers and blah, 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 but we're just so close. Again, you kept saying how close the two couples were, but now it's like, I don't know, you keep my name out your mouth. Like, to me, that is the biggest housewives, juiciest housewives storyline in history. It's the most cliche, but that's what makes it so juicy. That you have two housewives who are best friends and who are couples friends. And word on the street is that one of the wives is sleeping with the other's wife's husband. That is the most cliche trope storyline ever, but that's what makes it so juicy. And the fact that they did not dive into that this season is a big reason why the season feels fake and off. I'm loving the key moments with the girls. I'm loving that it's lighter, but that's a big elephant in the room, you know? And that's why it's like, I'm pretty sure Sutton's like wanting to say it. Garcelle wants to say it. People want to say it, but nobody's really going there. It's a lot of red herring and smoke and mirrors about your marriage, about your working out, about not drinking. What about Dorit having sex with your husband? Like, come on. That's why Kyle now was like, keep my name out your mouth. Me and my family don't really know you like that. Okay. So then Kyle continued. She says, this is not to be shady, but we've only gone on one trip together as a couple that I can recall, Mo, PK, Dorit, and me. We did do Vegas together, that's true, but then we've been in London at the same time, but that was just flat out an exaggeration, Kyle added of Dorit's comments. She then took issue with Dorit's remarks about her friendship with Morgan. Dorit, obviously, we've gone through a bit of a hard time, she said. She said she felt replaced by Morgan, and I mean, I love Dorit. I mean that, but she's never been in the years since she joined the show that girl that I would call first in the morning or morning with or without or go to breakfast, Kyle explained. So Kyle basically was just like, I don't really know her like that. Meanwhile, just ahead of the filming of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills season 13 reunion, Dorit opened up to the Daily Dish about the status of her friendship with Kyle. I'm not going into this reunion on the best terms with Kyle, Dorit admitted, noting that this was the first reunion where they were not in a great place. Dorit added, it hurts me and I got a lot of feelings and I really need to be open and honest because I care enough about our friendship and it's important to me that the air is cleared. In other news, Dorit reveals that her marriage to PK has improved since filming season 13. We had some really trying times, and there were definitely moments where I didn't know which way it was going to go, she confessed. That is a hard thing to swallow and live with, but things are great. Again, I'm pretty sure PK felt some type of way that the internet was thinking that you were having sex with his best friend Mauricio, because it cuts both ways. If the housewife is allegedly having an affair with the other housewife's husband, well, then that means the husband is having an affair with the other husband's wife. So it cuts both ways. In this situation, PK would be Kyle. So I'm sure he felt some type of way, especially men and their egos. Not to be sexist, but you know what I mean. The fact that the world thinks your best friend, whether the world thinks it or not, but that it's a question, that your best friend and almost business partner, because they were supposed to do a reality show together, but Mauricio said, "See ya, I'm going to Netflix." And he left PK holding the bag for their real estate show in the UK. But if it's going around that one of your really good friends, almost business partner, is sleeping with your wife, you're going to feel some type of way about your wife and about your friend. Even if it's unfortunately that's how it is, you know? I don't care how strong your marriage is or how strong your friendship is. You know, that is going to take some type toll. If the relationship is strong and if it isn't true, then yes, you can bounce back. But don't act like it didn't have any effect. Because it does. That's just reality. That's just humanity. That's just life. You know, that's going to have some effect. So I think there's a lot going on with Dorit and PK. And do I think their marriage has improved a lot? No, I think that's a lie. In my humble opinion, I think Dorit's lying. I wouldn't be surprised if they file for divorce or if they just separate amicably. You know, we're just going to separate for a while. He's going to move to the UK full times and she's going to stay in LA with the kids. I don't think, because nothing has changed. He's still traveling. Allegedly, he's still not living at home. You know, so what has changed? I don't think their financial situation has gotten any better. So what has changed in the relationship? The issues that you had. Are you going to therapy? Is he taking it seriously? Like what's changed? I think Dorit wants to upgrade. I think she wants a younger, hotter, richer model of PK, because I think she feels that she's glowed up and she has money well spent. Dorit is a beautiful woman, money well spent. I think she thinks that she's glowed up herself. And I think she is tired of doing alleged insurance scams to pay off his gambling debt. I think she knows that her children are getting older and her children are understanding more. And I think that she wants to protect her children in a certain way. And I think she wants more of a guaranteed lifestyle. So I think she wants to find a guy who has real money. And I think she doesn't want her children to be exposed to the schemes and the scams anymore. That's what I think. Now, my thoughts on whether or not Kyle and Dorit really are friends. No, I don't think this friendship is really going to bounce back. Do I think they would fake it for an alliance? Yes. Do I think they would fake it to get their diamonds back next season? Yes. But do I think that their friendship would ever go back to where it was? No. No, I don't. Because however I feel about Kyle or Dorit, prior to last season, I do think that they were genuinely friends. I think that Kyle was more of a friend to Dorit, and I think Dorit was more of, I need to be friends with Kyle in order to keep my diamond show. I know that if I'm close to Kyle, my position will be safe. So I do think that Dorit was close to Kyle because of opportunity and to give her cover on the show. And I think that Kyle really thought that Dorit was her friend as long as Dorit was being her yes person. You see what I'm saying? But I don't think that they'll really come back to any type of legitimate friendship. Will they fake it for an alliance? Yeah, because they want to keep their checks, they want to keep their diamonds, they want to keep their 15 minutes of fame on the show. That's what I think. So I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. What's going on with Kyle versus Dorit? Do you think they're really going to go head to head? And whose side are you on in their feud? Are you on Kyle's side or are you on Dorit's side? And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's move on to Kyle versus Anna Marie. So this fake alliance lasted all 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I do think that I don't know if Kyle and Anna Marie will actually go at it at the reunion, but I don't think it's going to be Anna Marie just being her mouthpiece. I think Anna Marie might just sit there and be quiet and not say anything. If she's smart, that's what she'll do. But we have now seen the crack showing in this fake relationship, and we've also seen them publicly beef. So they publicly have had beef. Let's get into it, okay? So first, let's break down Kyle publicly beefing with Anna Marie. So this is according to Reality T. It says Kyle Richards denies bringing Anna Marie Wiley on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills to, quote, do her dirty work. And I do have the video of this, so we'll go through the article and then we'll watch the video. After Anna Marie's Wiley flop on the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, it seems like no one wants to take responsibility for her being cast in the first place. There were endless attacks on Sutton Strack's esophagus. Anna Marie also made the bad call to discuss someone's private medical history on national television. She also tried to diagnose Sutton without giving her a proper exam, and the comments were so out of line that the American Society of Anesthesiologists issued a public response. The group dynamic was just as confusing as Anna Marie's job description. There was a polite cordiality toward the newbie, but only Kyle Richards had a history or a friendship outside of the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. That is why Kyle was asked to respond to theories that she brought Anna Marie on to do her dirty work, aka giving Sutton a hard time. Kyle appeared on the Jeff Lewis Live after show recently and was asked to respond to Anna Marie's performance during her freshman season and the misconception that Kyle brought her in to do her dirty work. Host Jeff Lewis asked Anna Marie, I was able to meet her at your white party, and I met she and her husband, and I really had a nice conversation with them, and I like them. But now that I'm watching the show, she's not coming off great on the show. Do you agree? Is she the right fit? Now, Kyle, her response is shady as hell. I'll read it to you, but don't forget I have the video too. I met her one time. The Halloween Kill star said. They came to my home for an agency party, and I ended up speaking to her husband the whole time about how the whole time he was so nice, so funny, and she was very quiet. Given the allegations against her husband, I'm not surprised that he did the talking and she was quiet, but that's for another video. But then we were talking about who we could add to the show. I was like, oh, she's my neighbor. She lives on my street, and she just stuck out in my mind. Okay. I said this before, and I'll say it again. I do think that Anna Marie was a diversity hire. And when the casting came to Kyle and said, hey, we want to expand, more ethnicities or more races or whatever the case is, because I think they were trying to do damage control from last season with all of the homophobia and racism and yada, yada, yada crap that Lisa Rinna pulled against everybody. We don't need to go back down that dark train, but we all remember. I do think that they wanted to hire someone who was more diverse. And to me, it sounds like Kyle said, oh, I met this beautiful, rich Black woman once. Let's bring her on the show. Because why else? And I'm being serious. Why else would Kyle say, oh, I know this girl, Anna Marie, that I met one time in my entire life. Let's bring her on the show. When Kyle has tons of friends. Doesn't make any sense. maybe her friends didn't fit a quota or the type that they were casting for. And I'm not saying this in a derogatory or mean or rude way. I'm just breaking down what I think the strategy or casting was, because why would Anna Marie stand out to Kyle when she said, I met her one time, her husband was really nice, and she was very quiet? That sounds like a great person for the housewives. That doesn't make any sense. You would be like, oh my God, I met this person, this woman. She had the most outgoing personality. She could read. She was funny. She was great. She told great stories. She'd be a perfect fit for the show. That would make sense. But Kyle said, I met this chick one time. She was quiet. And then I said, oh, she would be great for the show. Why? Diversity hire. I've said that before and I'll say it again. That's what I think. And I also think it was a part of their whole strategy. Anyway, and again, Kyle isn't even trying to pretend like this show is real anymore. She's not even trying to pretend like this show is real. First, she said on Just Lewis Live, I don't talk to these hoes outside of filming. I don't know what's going on in their house. They need to stop asking me what's going on in my house. So she right there says it's fake. I only talk to them when we're filming. Now she's saying, I met this chick once and said she should be on the show. I thought she came on your show as your friend, Anne Marie. You guys are so close. You work out together. She's so cool. Okay. And also, again, in this interview, Jeff Lewis and Kyle are contradicting each other. Jeff said that he met Anna Marie at Kyle and Mauricio's white party. Kyle said she met Anna Marie and her husband at an agency party. Those are two different parties. Her white party, remember she used to have them almost every single season? That's just a fun party that they have. That's not an agency party. So which is it? Was Anna Marie and her husband at one of your white parties? Or did you meet Anna Marie and her husband at an agency party? Because those are two different parties. So the two of you just contradicted each other. Get your story straight. Anyway. So it only takes living near Kyle to be considered on the show. Duly noted. Despite only meeting once, Anne Marie made a very favorable impression on Kyle. Sure. And I wonder why. Kyle reached out first. I reached out to her about joining the show, and she was very nice, very outspoken, really into fitness, and I just thought she was cool, and she was very opinionated, Kyle continued. Uh-huh. After the first time you met her and you said she was quiet? Kyle, stop lying. That doesn't mean that Anna Marie gets a passing score from Kyle for her freshman season, right? Because Kyle now has to distance herself from Anna Marie because Anna Marie has gotten herself so deep in the doo-doo. Rather, the child star thinks Anna Marie didn't handle herself great in some of these situations. Why? Morgan Wade's biggest fans said, you've got to see the balance of other things too. Jeff agreed that Anna Marie's initial tactic was miscalculated. I think it was a little too for her to be a brand new housewife. You have to ingratiate yourself, he said. That's hard. She came in hot. Kyle agreed. So again, Kyle was like, you came in hot, you didn't have balance, and I don't really know you like that. Rather than bond with the girls and form friendships, Anna Marie seemed laser focused on putting Sutton in the hot seat. You can't go after them right away. And then what I'm noticing too is the other girls who have relationships are defending Sutton, Jeff added. I mean, of course. Of course, the other girls are defending Sutton because Sutton is their friend. Sutton has been their coworker longer. And Anna Marie, nobody knows you, boo-boo, and you don't have the position that you think you have to, go after the girls like that. And Kyle, you're lying, in my opinion, because we saw you on the show. We saw you on the show talking to Anna Marie about Sutton and her esophagus. This was when either you came over her house or she came over to your house, one of the two. And you guys were kikiing. And Anna Marie was like, well, that's not medically true. Like, I'm an anesthesiologist and medically speaking, I'm going to have to talk to her about this. And Kyle had a smirk on her face and was laughing and was like, okay, yeah. So we saw on camera you puffing up Anna Marie to go after Sutton. We saw it on camera. So to be like you didn't want her to be your mouthpiece, that's a lie. And of course, Anna Marie is going to unfortunately think that she has to be your mouthpiece to protect her position on the show. The problem with Anna Marie is that she's not, shout out to Wendy Williams, she's less than smart when it comes to strategy. She might be book smart, she might be a nurse, sure, cool, whatever. Not knocking nurses, obviously. Much respect, much respect. I'm just talking about Anna Marie personally, not nurses in general. They are brilliant, amazing, wonderful people. What I mean is that she didn't realize that coming out the gate being Kyle's mouthpiece wasn't going to do her any favors, especially the way she went about it. But let's see Kyle talking about it herself, being basically, again, Kyle being like, I don't know you. Keep my name out your mouth. I met you once. See you never. Okay? Here we go.
Anne Marie, I was able to meet her at your white party, and I met she and her husband, and I really had a nice conversation with them, and I liked them. But now that I'm watching the show, she's not coming off great on the show. Do you agree? Is she the right fit?
Listen, here's another misconception. I've read some things like Kyle brought in Anna Marie to do her dirty work. I met her. I love when people say these things. I met her one time. They came to my home for an agency party, and I ended up speaking to her husband the whole time, who was so nice, so funny, and she was very quiet. But then when we were talking about who could add to the show, I was like, oh, and she's my neighbor. She lives on my street, and they just stuck out in my mind. So she's very, when I think the first time I saw her actually is when she joined the show after that, So I reached out to her about joining the show, and she was very nice, very outspoken, really into her, fitness. And I thought she was cool, and she was very opinionated. I mean, I think she didn't handle herself great in some of these situations. And I think when you have something like that, you've got to see the balance of other things too. And I don't think we really got to see that. So,
I think it was a little too for her to be a brand new housewife. You have to ingratiate yourself.
That's hard.
She
came in hot.
You have to bond with the girls.
Right,
you have to
right.
form friendships.
Yeah.
You can't go after them right away. And then what I'm noticing too is the other girls who have relationships are defending
Right. Yeah.
Sutton.
You're damn right. And I'm defending Sutton too. Team Sutton on this one. And then we had Anna Marie. I was looking for the clip, but I couldn't find it. But watch her on Watch What Happens Live. So we haven't really heard Anne Marie say anything against Kyle, but now she is. So she was on Watch What Happens Live, and Andy Cohen said something about the reunion and how did it go. And he was asking her about different women. And he got to Kyle. And Anna Marie said, yeah, Kyle really needs to calm down. She's just got a lot going on. She needs to calm down. And I was like, whoa, Anna Marie talking against Kyle. And then I also think she spoke against her during the after shows as well, which I thought was really telling because, prior to filming, during the season, she is so far up Kyle's butt. She is basically in her esophagus. See what I did there? You know what I mean? And now all of a sudden on Watch What Happens Live and on the after shows, which we know they film after they film because that's why it's called the after show. They're watching it and then they give their opinion on the show. She's changing her tune. And I'm sure she's changing her tune because Kyle is out here being like, I don't know you. I met this chick once. She came in hot and she's out of pocket. I don't know her like that. I didn't tell her to be my mouthpiece. When, yeah, you did. We saw it ourselves. And Anna Marie is probably looking like, no, Kyle, we had a lot of conversations where you told me to go after Sutton and you told me to come and to be your mouthpiece. And that's why Anna Marie now is like, well, Kyle needs to calm down. She has a lot going on in her own life. And I was like, wow, never thought I'd hear the day where Anna Marie was go against Kyle. And that's why I think this season was the girls versus Kyle, except for Anne Marie. But now I think it's going to just be all the girls versus Kyle. There might be little, oh my God, I love you here and there. But underneath it, none of these women are really checking for Kyle. She's very much on an island by herself. When Anna Marie is being like, you need to calm down, you know that there's a problem. You know that there's a rift. So I want to know what you guys think, when it comes to Kyle versus Anna Marie, whose side are you on? I never thought I would say it, but I'm actually on Anna Marie's side. Not just because of Kyle, not just because of goodbye Kyle, vile Kyle, but the reason why I'm on Anna Marie's side, and I want to know what you guys think, put it down below on this, is because I do think, in my opinion, off camera, Kyle 100% put it in Anna Marie's ear. You come on as my friend. You have my back. You go after Sutton. You say this, this, and this. I got you, girl. And then that's exactly what Anne Marie did. She had her marching orders. She went over the top. She was out of pocket. She was too much. She has a weird, and even beyond that, she has a very weird energy about her, a very weird personality. Like there's just something like she has like a twitch or something. I don't know. There's just something very like, are there any lights on in the upstairs room when it comes to her? A very weird energy personality in general, which I think was amplified by the fact that she came in so hot as Kyle's, mouthpiece. So if I'm Anna Marie, I would feel some type of way. Like, no, you made it clear to me what I had to do to be on the show. I did what you told me to do. And now you're out here being like, I don't know you. I don't know why she was so crazy. I don't know why she did that when that's what you told me. Don't be loyal to a fault. Don't march off the cliff thinking that somebody's going to catch you when you don't really have that loyalty to them. So I feel bad for Anne Marie because I do think her naivete got the best of her. I think if she just would have went on the show and was just herself, how weird it is. Like Sutton is an acquired taste. She's kind of odd and weird and whatever, but I love that about her, she's quirky. So you can be your authentic self. I'm a little weird. I'm quirky too. I'm quirky too. So join the club. So you can be your authentic self and be liked for it. And I think that she did herself a disservice by being Kyle's mouthpiece. And then now Kyle is being like, I don't know you. I don't know why you did that. So that's why I'm Team Anna Marie. But put it down below. Let me know what you guys think. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's move on to Kyle. Wait, actually, before we do that, hey, Tay-Tay, and she went after Crystal. That's a very good point. Very, very good point. So Anna Marie did also target and go after Crystal, which is the two housewives that Kyle has the most public beef with. I think she had a private beef with Dorit that escalated and all of that stuff, but she's had the most public long-term beefs with Sutton and Crystal. And that's a really good point. Anne Marie went for Sutton and Crystal very, very specifically against them. And I do think that had a lot to do with what Kyle putting a bug in her ear, winding her up, and sending her to do her dirty work. And again, I talked about diversity hire. I also think a reason why, and Kyle does have a lot of pull. Another reason why I think Kyle wanted a person of color to come in as her mouthpiece is because she did want them to go after Crystal. And Crystal has had a lot of talk about Sutton being really dark and, evading to like her saying like racist things, and how Sutton and how Crystal didn't feel safe in the group with anybody else. But if another person of color goes for Crystal, then what can Crystal say? She can't say it's dark. She can't say it's because she's Asian. No. It's another person of color going after her. You can't do that. And I'm not being, disrespectful. I'm just being like honest about how things work and about how people get cover and about how people have strategy and about how people want to go about things. I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's not a judgment call. I'm just being honest about how things work. You see what I'm saying? So I really think that Kyle put a battery into Anne Marie's back, go after Sutton, go after Crystal. And it didn't work. It was a flop. I agree, Amy Rhodes, 100%. She said, I'm convinced it was supposed to be a Sutton takedown this year, but it backfired. Exactly. It actually became Sutton's year because Sutton had the Spain trip and everything. We're going to get to Sutton in a little bit. But I agree 100%. So with that, you guys, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So let's move on to Kyle versus Sutton. So this has been the feud of the entire season. They have been feuding for that HBIC spot on the show. As we all believe, at least I believe, Sutton clearly won that. This was basically Kyle's takedown season instead of Sutton's takedown season. I think that Garcelle solidified herself as the anchor of the show. By that, I mean the relationships now are flowing through Garcelle. Garcelle and Sutton are so close. Garcelle and Erika now have a really good friendship. Garcelle and Crystal have pretty much always been cool. Anne Marie is a non-factor. Garcelle going against Dorit, and Dorit is the one looking bad. So Garcelle is really solidified as the anchor of the show, but I think that Sutton is the HBIC of the show. You know what I mean? She's really taking over as that girl on the show, and I think Kyle is pissed about that. I also think Kyle is pissed that Sutton chose Kathy's side last season. Oh, she was like, Sutton just wants to be friends with Kathy because Kathy has all the parties and blah, 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 blah. Well, yeah, I mean, no tea, no shade, but I would prefer to be friends with Kathy Hilton if I had to decide. Who wouldn't? Come on, girl. Come on. And Sutton knew Kathy before she knew you. So I think that there has been a big fight over power dynamics. I think that's really the crux of the issue between these two women. It is a power play on each woman's side. Sutton is going for that I'm the HBIC diamond, and Kyle is clinging on to being the HBIC diamond. I don't mean fan favorite, I don't mean fan favorite. I mean like the HBIC in strategy and gathering the girls and hosting the trips. Like Sutton was the one who hosted the trip this season, and a lot of everything revolved around Sutton this season, right? Because Kyle really has held that position. Doesn't mean she's been a fan favorite, but she has held that position. She's been Andy's favorite and the executive's favorite, so she has held that position. So let's get into it a little bit more. So this is from Reality Blurb. It says Sutton Strack is clapping back at Kyle Richards for noting that she had never mentioned Merce Cunningham before the trip and suggesting she used his ash spreading as an excuse to go to Spain on last week's Real Housewives of Beverly Hills after show. During an appearance on Watch What Happens Live on Wednesday, Sutton spoke of her friendship with Kyle, reacted to Anne Marie Wiley being called out by the American Society of Anesthesiologists, and labeled Erika Jayne's letting go moment as awkward, while also sharing her thoughts on Crystal Carmichael's apology to Erika and shading Kyle's claims about Merce. I'm going to get into what she said, and then again, I'm going to tell you why Kyle has lost it. Kyle is risking it all right now, but we'll get into that. She goes, I think it's part of the curse for Kyle with me, Sutton replied on the February 7th episode. But I wanted to say that I had an opportunity. My very good friend Trevor lives in Barcelona. So when we talked this trip with production, I said, my really good friend lives in Barcelona. And then I've been holding on to Merce's ashes, not knowing what to do with them. Board members were like, oh, I'm at the scene. I'm here at the Lincoln Center. And I'm like, I could put him in my backyard. That doesn't seem very romantic. It was also a very altruistic moment for me. So it was not a reason to do it. I wouldn't do it. I'm not like that, Sutton clarified. So basically, Sutton was like, look, I was talking to production about hosting the trip. I had some friends in Spain. I had some ashes I needed to throw. It was a perfect opportunity. On Watch What Happens Live after show, Sutton was asked about ASA's diss against Anne Marie and where they stand today. Okay, before I get into Sutton and Anne Marie, Kyle really is trying to risk it all. I said it earlier in the video, but it bears repeating. Kyle, this is the third time Kyle is basically saying this show is fake. I don't know if she's doing it on purpose. I don't know if she's doing it subconsciously. I don't know. But this is the third time Kyle has publicly basically said the show is fake. The first time was when she was on Jeff Lewis Live. sorry if I'm repeating myself, was on Jeff Lewis Live when she basically said, I don't really know these hosts. We don't interact or know anything about each other's lives. I see them when I'm filming, and when we're not filming, I don't really see them like that. Okay. So she made it very clear, these are my coworkers, these are not my friends. I don't care if we pretend to be friends on the show, we're not. I don't know these people. Right? Second time, also on Jeff Lewis Live after show, she said, I only met Anna Marie once. I don't know that chick. I met her. Her husband was nice. She was quiet. And I said, hey, she lives around the block. Let's bring her on the show. I thought Kyle and Anne Marie were friends. And that's why she brought Anne Marie on the show. Because the show is supposed to be about friends, right? And bringing your friends on the show. Kyle was like, I don't know this chick. I met her once at a party. Okay. Now, third time, she's basically telling us the show is fake. Ugh, I never heard of Merce. I never talked about Merce. She just needed an excuse to go on a trip. Well, I thought the show was supposed to be real, about their real lives and all of this stuff. Kyle basically was said she just needed a reason to go to Spain to host the girls' trip, and so she lied and brought up Merce, that he's so close, as an excuse. So that was basically trying to expose Sutton Merce Ash's storyline as fake and as a lie. And just being like, yeah, she needed just a reason. I think she said this on the after show with Erika Jane. So Kyle has said multiple times now, the show is fake. We're not friends. I don't know these people. And everybody's lying to make up storylines to have events and to have reasons to do stuff. Kyle is unhinged. She is wild. She's out here doing the absolute most. She's unhinged. Unhinged. Like, when you're doing press, which is what Jeff Lewis Live technically is, it's press, you're supposed to pretend that the show is real, Kyle. When you're doing the after show, and again, I don't know who allowed this edit in, you're supposed to pretend that the show is real, Kyle. You're supposed to at least pretend. But Kyle is out here risking it all and being like, I don't know these chicks, and they're all lying. So, whatever. All right, now let's get to Sutton and Anna Marie. She goes, well, Anna Marie and I were not friends when we started, and I wouldn't consider her a friend today. I met her, and she kind of attacked me from the very beginning. So, yay for whatever that association is that got her, but I'm not a part of that war, she explained. Sorry if I'm butchering her southern accent. I don't want to be a part of any of that. It's just me and my esophagus here, people. We talk daily, and my esophagus and I want to stay out of it. We're good. Back on the live broadcast, a fan questioned Sutton about Kyle's potential apology to her, noting that she had said she was sorry for not being a better friend to Kyle during their visit to a chapel. I don't think that I'm looking for an apology. For me, it was just about apologizing to her because I don't think that I was a good friend and I don't need an apology, Sutton shared. Then, when asked about Kyle not being ready to talk about her marriage issues with Mauricio Umansky, Sutton admitted she expected more. I wish that Kyle would have been more open with us. I think personally, I was very open with a lot of my feelings this season, and I kind of expected her to be more open with all of us, she noted. During Wednesday's episode of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, Erika was seen calling out the group for their lack of support amid her legal drama. I'm going to skip this part because we're going to get more into it on Erika's section. So there's all that. But that's basically the nuts and bolts of the feud between Kyle and Sutton. So I'm very, very interested to see at the reunion a couple of things. One, does Kyle take any accountability in the demise of her friendship and relationship with Sutton? Two, I'm really curious to see the dynamic between Kathy and Sutton at the reunion, because don't forget, at the very beginning of the season, at the dinner party, Sutton said, you already lost two sisters. Do you want to lose another one or a third? And then Kyle was like, that was so low. And then Sutton talks about how Kathy had called her and chewed her out over not supporting her in the media and all of this stuff, and how Kathy yelled, but they got back together. So I'm very curious to see what the dynamic will be between Kathy and Sutton. Will they still be on good terms? Will it be a fake nice? Will Kathy just have Kyle's side? Is she going to come in? So I'm really curious to see what that is going to look like between them. But when it comes to Kyle versus Sutton, whose side are you on? You guys know I'm a Sutton girl. I'm a Sutton girl. So I'm team Sutton on this one. I think Sutton came in guns blazing. She's interesting. She showed up. She did her job. Kyle, I think, is just grasping at straws. And I think that Kyle is threatened that Sutton is going to snatch her HIB diamond crown. In my opinion, she snatched it. Garcelle snatched it too. Garcelle snatched it as the anchor of the show, and Sutton snatched it as the HBIC of the show. Kyle doesn't have any position on the show anymore. What position does she have? She doesn't have that power that she used to have. Seemingly, at least. But I want to know what you guys think, so put it down below. And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, let's move on to Kyle versus Erika. So, as we all know, Kyle and Erika have always had a very convenient friendship, an alliance friendship, a faux Fox 5 friendship, where Kyle has, I would say prior to this season, Kyle has had a very coveted, protected position where people around her have been yes people. Erika pretty much was her yes person, Dorit and Teddy and Anne Marie. And for the very first time, we are seeing Erika speak out against Kyle. This is happening for a couple of reasons, and then I'll get into what Erika said at Watch What Happens Live, and then Kyle's flip-flop response and why I think Kyle is now flip-flopping, okay? The reason why I think that Erika, for the first time, is speaking out against Kyle is because, number one, Lisa Rinna got fired. And I think when Lisa Rinna got fired, that was the true cutting off the head of the snake. And that was the true demise of the faux Fox 5. Because I think Lisa really was the puppet master. I think Kyle thought she was, but the person really pulling the strings was Lisa Rinna. Okay? So when she got fired, I think they put everybody on notice. Ship up or shape the hell out. Because I don't think any of them thought that they really were going to fire Rinna. But they did. And I think that put everybody on notice, including Erika. That we got to break it up. We got to chop it up a bit. The fans are noticing. It's a huge deal. This alliance isn't okay. Secondly, I think the fact that Erika now feels she has cover with Garcelle and Sutton, because we did a whole video on this. Don't forget that the new trio is Garcelle, Sutton, and Erika. Even on the trip, Garcelle and Erika are fighting over who's Sutton's best friend when Sutton is doing the whole, who knows me the best and blah, 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 blah. Because I told you Sutton is the new HBIC. That's why they're doing a whole game called Who Knows Sutton the Best. Okay? And who wanted to win it? Erika. Who would have ever thought that would have happened? And then Sutton, Erika, and Garcelle, I'm not going to lie. I do feel some type of way about Erika when it comes to the money and the victims. I'm going to compartmentalize that and put that in a corner. When it comes to Erika, Sutton, and Garcelle hanging out, to me, they are a complete vibe. I think they're fun. I think they're funny. I actually enjoy Erika. I think they're a vibe. I love the trio way more than I love the faux Fox 5. And so I think the fact that Erika now feels safe with Garcelle and Sutton, even though the reason why they were on the outs was because of her alliance to Lisa Rinna, that's the real reason why they never got along. I think that now that Lisa Rinna is gone and that Garcelle and Sutton have taken Erika in, she feels that she's safe enough and she has enough cover to start being honest with Kyle about how she really feels and to push back against Kyle. That's what I really think is going on, because we've never had Erika, other than the whole, I don't give a damn about anybody but myself, booze and pill meltdown in Aspen. Erika has never gone against Kyle, ever. But now she is. So let's listen to Kyle's response to Erika going after her. This is from Collider. It says, Kyle Richards is offended by Erika Jayne. Okay. Kyle Richards didn't love that Erika Jayne said she needed to be eviscerated at the season 13 reunion of The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. While Erika was on Watch What Happens Live, she told host Andy Cohen that she wanted to see Richards in the hot seat. As somebody who got eviscerated, I like to see everybody get the same treatment. I love her, Jane said. She's a dear friend to me, but fair is fair. So, this is the first time Erika is being honest about the favoritism. She's being honest, and she basically said, look, I get treated one way, Kyle gets treated another way. I want her to be treated the way I'm treated. That's why she said, I would like to see everybody get the same treatment. I've never heard Eric ever talk about how Kyle has been favored and protected, you know? So she's really coming out and saying it. She's like, look, I like her, but I'm tired of her getting special treatment. If you're going to treat me one way, you need to treat her one way. While talking with E! News during the interview with her daughter Sophia, Kyle acknowledged that she understood where Jane was coming from, but that didn't mean that she wasn't upset by her comments. With Erika, with all these years she's been on the show, she's been my friend and she's never stabbed me in the back, Richards told the outlet. She's always been supportive and I really trust her and I consider her a friend. And I'm not going to lie, that stung. It hurt me. I think I have a clip of Kyle talking about this too, so I'll play that after the article. To Kyle's credit, she also noted that she was having a hard week. So when she heard what Jane had said about her, she took it to heart. Because I'm having a hard week as it is, so I was a little sensitive when I heard that, Kyle said. Whether that was alluding to whatever happened between her and Morgan Wade, fans will have to wait and see. Well, guess what, Kyle? You're not the only person who have bad days. We all have bad days. Doesn't mean you're not going to be accountable and held to the same standard as not just your friends but your coworkers. I get it. I'm like, listen up, boss. If you are going to treat my coworker A type of way, then you need to treat coworker B a type of way, because at the end of the day, the dynamics should be professional. And this is actually a case where people should be unbiased. Not us YouTubers. We can be as biased as we want to be because we're sharing our opinion. But people like Andy Cohen at the reunion, who's hosting it in a professional capacity, should be unbiased and treat everybody the same because it's a different situation. If I were Andy Cohen and hosting a reunion, then in that capacity, I would be 100% unbiased and hold everybody to the same standard. But if I'm on my YouTube channel, I'm gonna say it like I mean it. Shout out to Wendy Williams, because it's my YouTube channel. You see? So Andy Cohen does need to be more unbiased, and I agree with Erika. He does need to treat everybody the same. If you're gonna give it to her, you need to give it to Kyle. But I would be honest with you, I think Andy even goes light on Erika. But that's for a whole nother topic, you know? It goes on to say, fans also want to see Kyle Richards held accountable. The reality is Erika was forced to face fire of not only Cohen, but all of her fellow housewives amid her marital issues and her husband's legal troubles. They forced Erika to answer the tough questions. Kyle recognizes this and understood where Erika was coming from when she said that to Cohen. I believe that she went through such a hard time last year, Richards went on to say. She was just kind of saying to Andy, you basically tortured me, torture everyone else the same. Richards also revealed that Jane did warn her before the episode of Watch What Happens Live aired. Okay, so I have the clip. Let's watch the clip, and then I'm going to tell you what I really think is going on between Erika and Kyle. Okay, here we go.
Erika Jayne said she wanted you to be eviscerated in the reunion. Who uses a bellicose word like that?
Well, everybody was so upset about that, like fans and followers messaging me, and even my friends were. But Erika's such a great friend to me. I love her and I trust her and I adore her, and I know what she meant when she said that. What she meant in that moment was that she felt annihilated last year. So she was basically saying, like,
Oh, I'd like it to be someone else now.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. I really didn't take it like that because I know her so well. And I mean, this is someone I trust telling everything to. She's never stabbed me in the back. She's always supported me. So, after this many years, I'm like, if I were to get offended every single time,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, you'd be. There's a
can't.
reason you're still rocking.
I can't get offended as much as I used to, or hurt as much as I used to.
Kyle, girl, I mean, the lack of self-awareness, it's astonishing. It's astonishing. So she's basically flip-flopping. 1 minute she's offended and she's hurt by Erika's words. The next minute she's like, well, no, I understand what she was coming from, blah, blah, blah. Girl, this is why you flip-flopped. You, and by you, I mean Kyle. Kyle, you know that you are on an island by yourself. And you are looking to salvage any alliance you can to ensure you get your diamond back next season, and also to ensure that you have people on your side next season. That's why now you're flip-flopping, because it can't be both ways. I mean, I guess it could. You're like, I'm hurt by that and I'm so offended by it. Oh, but I get why she said it. Kyle, if somebody said they wanted me eviscerated, I would feel some type of way. I get it. But I think the reason why she's backtracking is because she needs allies. She can't burn every bridge. That's why she also said earlier, oh, I think me and Dorit will be close again. What? You done talked all types of crap about Dorit. Basically being like, I don't know you, keep my name out your mouth. You did Dorit dirty. You did Dorit dirty the same way you did Anne Marie dirty. You told both of these chicks, I don't know you, keep my name out your mouth. That's pretty much what Kyle said to both of these women. But now, because I doubt Anne Marie's coming back, I doubt her and Sutton will be on good terms. She doesn't have Garcelle. She doesn't have Crystal. You know, I'm not sure I'm going to trust Kyle to bring a newbie on next season. It might be somebody else's friend, quote, friend coming on as a newbie. Kyle knows she needs alliances. And the best people to make those alliances with are the people that she had the full Fox 5 alliance with before. Someone who still might have a sense of some type of loyalty to you, some type of allegiance to you. I think Kyle doesn't want to burn down every single bridge of every woman she has on the cast. So I think it's a bit of damage control. Let me make sure Erika's on my side. Let me at least say I'll be close to Dorit again so that I have some sort of cover for next season. You know, they always say the person who is on their own island, who nobody likes, who nobody is friends with, they're the ones who are the ones to go. I don't think the women would ever do like a ice Kyle out and not film with her. I don't think that they would ever do that the way they've done it on other shows like Potomac and Married to Medicine and stuff like that. I don't think in Atlanta, I don't think that they would do that to Kyle, but I do think it would be more of a tougher decision, and especially with negotiations, if she has no one on the cast. Do you know what I mean? So I think she's flip-flopping now. I do think she felt some type of way about Erika saying you need to hold Kyle accountable, because anytime anybody says Kyle, you need to be held accountable, she loses her damn mind. She cut Dorito off, you know, for saying, hey, could you take some accountability with your Kathy situation? She got her all the way off for saying that. You know? So that's what I really think is going on here. But I want to know what you guys think when it comes to Kyle versus Erika. In the reunion, do you think that they are going to still have each other's back, faux Fox 4 style? Or do you think Erika is going to be more on the side of the trio? She's going to be more Sutton and Garcelle. And do you believe that Kyle understands why Erika said she needs to be eviscerated? Or do you think she really felt some type of way the way she initially said she was hurt and offended by it, right? So let's see what you guys think about that. Hey, Tay Tay. Tay Tay said they iced out LVP and Denise, so you can imagine Kyle icing herself out of the group. That will be karma. Very, very well said. 100%. So I agree. And then, hey, Janet. Janet says, my favorite are Garcelle, Sutton, and Crystal because Erika's niceness can't be trusted. I agree. I think that Erika is now being nice and kind and amicable and with the trio out of self-preservation. She now knows that Kyle is no longer the strongest foundation on the show. Garcelle and Sutton have become the strongest foundation on the show. So, just from a self preservation perspective, you want to align yourself with the strongest foundation. So, of course, now she wants to align herself with Garcelle and Sutton because they are more in favor with the public and probably even with the network at this point. You know? So there's that. Hey, Sierra Content. Sierra says, I'm just happy that Kyle, Erika, Dorit, Lisa Rinna alliance ended along with the Cynthia, Candy, and Kenya alliance. The evil has been defeated. Whoop! You better preach it, Sierra. You better preach it. So with that, let me know what you guys think. Whose side are you on when it comes to Kyle versus Erika? For me, it's a truce. I'm not on either of their side. They both can skip rocks. But put it down below and let me know what you guys think. And be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So this one's super quick. It's going to be Kyle versus Crystal and Garcelle. And it's not even so much versus Crystal and Garcelle. It's not a big of a deep dive for this one because Kyle never has rocked with Crystal. So that just is what it is. And I think that Garcelle is indifferent to Kyle. And I think that Kyle has so much going on. She doesn't want the smoke from Garcelle. So I think it's going to be very neutral territory when it comes to Kyle versus Garcelle. And I think it's going to be same old with Kyle versus Crystal. They never liked each other. They've never rocked. But I think that Kyle's going to have bigger fish to fry and more people coming after her than Crystal and Garcelle at the reunion. Okay. Now, I was going to do this one, but I want to do another one first. Okay. So I don't know if you guys have heard this, but allegedly, Sutton Stracke was rushed to the hospital during the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills reunion. She left allegedly in an ambulance and Garcelle left with her. Okay. So this is according to Monsters and Critics. It says the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills season 13 reunion was filmed a few days ago, and there was drama on and off the set. We know that Kathy Hilton made a surprise appearance after being MIA all season, and we can't wait to see how that interaction went down. However, the latest rumor from the reunion is that Sutton Stracke had a medical emergency and was left in an ambulance accompanied by her best friend Garcelle Bouvet. We know that Sutton was put in the hot seat after being in the midst of the drama all season, and it seems by the end it was all too much for the Southern Belle. She had a tense altercation with Erika Jayne during their trip to Las Vegas and a few altercations with Kyle Richards about the state of her marriage. Most recently, however, she's been feuding with newbie Anna Marie Wiley over her esophagus we know. Nonetheless, it is no surprise that Sutton took the first chair beside Andy Cohen at the reunion, and seated beside her was Garcelle, then Crystal Minkoff. Again, even the seating chart at the reunion is confirming Sutton got first chair right across from Kyle. They are dueling for power. It is a power play. Who is going to have the most influence over the girls, the most power on the show? It is a power play between Sutton and Kyle. That is the true reason why they are beefing. It has nothing to do with Sutton's esophagus. It has nothing to do with Kyle's marriage. It is a power play. Who is going to be the most powerful chick on the cast? Okay? On the opposite side, OG Kyle Richards was in the hot seat beside Andy. Exactly. On both of his sides, it is Kyle versus Sutton, followed by Erika Jayne, Dorit, and last, Anna Marie Wiley. Okay. Sutton left the reunion in an ambulance. The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills reunion proved a little too exhausting for Sutton, and she reportedly fell ill before they officially wrapped. So at the end of the reunion, before Andy got a chance to toast the women and officially close things out, Sutton was taken away to the hospital. Reality TV fan page At Your Moms Are Watching shared the news on their Instagram story entitled Real Housewives of Beverly Hills Reunion Tea. Sutton passed out and had to be taken to the hospital in an ambulance. Garcelle went with her, the post read. It was at the end of the reunion. They were going to toast with vodka grapefruits, but they didn't get to the toast. So I don't know if this is true. So far, Sutton hasn't confirmed the rumors about her hospitalization or given an update about her health. Meanwhile, Sutton had a recent chat with Us Weekly and was asked about the newbie that everyone's been talking about. However, Sutton seemed to be on the same page as the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills fans about not wanting Anne Marie to return for a second season. During a game of Sip or Spill, Sutton was asked if she wanted Anna Marie back, and she took a big gulp of her drink instead of answering the question. Oop. She also spoke about another controversial alum, Lisa Rinna, who left the show after season 12. As for whether Sutton missed filming with her former castmate, she gave a firm no. The dynamics have changed, and yeah, we had fun, reasoned Sutton. So, what do you guys think? Do you think Sutton really fell ill and passed out? Like, if she did, of course, Garcelle would go with her. Do you think I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. I think if the rumor is true, that I'm just sending, love and get well soon wishes and all of that. Just look after your health. Who knows? Maybe it's not true. It hasn't been confirmed. Again, this is just a rumor of what happened. If it is true, what do you think caused it? Was it a panic attack, an anxiety attack? Quote, dehydration. They always love to say they're dehydrated. Do you think it has something to do with her esophagus? I mean, that would be full circle. I don't know. So let me know what you guys think. Do you think that Sutton really fell out and she was rushed to the hospital? Or do you think this is just a weird, bogus rumor that people are putting out there? I personally hope it is just a rumor. I want Sutton and I want everybody to be healthy and happy and whole. So I hope this is a silly rumor and Sutton is doing great and she's fine. So put it down below. Let me know what you guys think. All right. I'm going to do one more story and then I will drop the link. And always be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So let's talk about Kathy Hilton's Bravo return. Okay, so this is according to Deadline. All right, it says Kathy Hilton to return to Bravo via Real Housewives of Beverly Hills Season 13 reunion surprise appearance. Everything is hunky-dory for Kathy Hilton as the socialite is set to return to Bravo. The Housewives reunited to discuss the season's drama, and Hilton dropped by as a surprise. Prepare to feel hunky-dory. Kathy Hilton makes a special appearance during the reunion coming soon. The official Bravo account on Instagram shared alongside a photo of Hilton posing outside of her trailer. Hilton has made sporadic appearances on the Bravo reality series throughout its history, as her sisters Kyle and Kim Richards were original cast members. Paris Hilton's mother joined the show in an official manner as a friend of seasons 11 and 12. After a fallout with her sister Kyle and a feud with her co-star Lisa Rinna, Hilton took a step back and opted not to come back for season 13. Although Hilton didn't film for the Bravo show, she did stay in the NBCU family at large and was featured heavily in Peacock's Paris in Love Season 2. Real Housewives of Beverly Hills Season 13 reunion was filmed in LA on Friday, January 26th, and Bravo shared the cast seating chart. Kyle and Sutton Strack were seated in the coveted seats closest to Andy Cohen. Next to Kyle were Erika Jane, Dorit Kemsley, and Anne Marie Wiley. Over on Strack's couch, Garcelle Bouvet and Crystal Kong-Minkoff kept her company. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So these are the questions I have about Kathy being on the reunion. Number one, it better make sense and not be a weird and random nothing burger, because Kathy did not film. So what are you going to talk about, Kathy? So I don't want it to be a stunt situation for the reunion where it's like, oh my God, Kathy's coming back, everybody watch, and it's a big nothing burger. Two, I don't want it to be Kathy defending Kyle in any capacity. Kathy, don't come for Erika. Don't come for Crystal. Don't come for Sutton. Let Kyle deal with it on her own. Now, I've heard that it's really going to be about Kyle and Kathy healing their sisterhood on the reunion. Again, and I love Kathy, and maybe this is an unpopular opinion, I'm confused. We don't need Kathy healing her sister relationship with Kyle at the reunion. If you want to do a spin-off show, if you want to do a special, if you wanted to actually be on the season, cool, cool, cool. But I don't need the reunion to be a time where Kathy Hilton comes to mend things with Kyle when you weren't on the season. I love Kathy. I really like Kathy, but I'm not sure that it makes sense for her to be on the reunion. So I really hope it's not some weird stunt casting that makes zero sense and she's really just on there to plug a project or to defend Kyle or to have this like sisterly makeup, which it has to be one of those things. I'm leaning towards it's promoting some type of project along with a kumbaya moment between Kyle and Kathy. I don't need it. I don't want it. I want the reunion to be about what happened on the show. I want the reunion to be about these women. I'm so tired of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills basically being like Iyanna fix my life. I don't need these family, trauma therapy sessions on every single reunion or that being a storyline in every single show. Go on Iyanna fix my life. Let Iyanna fix Kim, Kathy, and Kyle and leave us alone on Beverly Hills. I'm over it. I'm tired of it. That's just where I stand. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion. So, Kathy, if you come on, I only want you to be funny, throw some shade, sure, kiki with Kyle, push your little project, and then keep it popping. Other than that, I don't want this stunt casting. If you had been on the show, then yes, I would have wanted you to come. But I want to know what you guys think. Are you looking forward to Kathy being on the reunion, even though she did not appear on this season? Why do you think she's showing up? How do you think the interaction is going to be? Let's see what happens. So let me know what you guys think. Put it down below. And always be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, all right, I'll share one more story and then I'll drop the link. So, my prediction for The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills season 13 is that Erika Jayne is going to continue to throw a pity party that nobody RSVP'd to or showed up for. Girl, bye. Sit down and have several seats. So, this is according to All About the Real Housewives. It says Erika Jayne is annoyed her co stars didn't apologize after Diamond Earrings victory. Number one, before we get into the article, it's not a legal victory. What she did, and we'll get a little bit more into it, is they appealed the decision to have the $1 million, $750K earrings, whatever you want to call it, sold at auction. And the judge, that's not necessarily a victory because it doesn't mean that you're right. All it means is that you once again used the legal system to get away with your crimes. The judge basically said we need to go back and make sure that the funds that were used to buy the earrings belonged to the victims. But at the end of the day, that actually doesn't really matter because of the amount of restitution that Tom Girardi would owe to the victims anyway. So that's actually, it doesn't really matter. It's a moot point. And I don't know why she expects the women to cheer for her when all you're doing is what your fraudulent, thug, gross, disgusting husband did, which was bastardize our legal system in order to exploit people and to defraud people. So, Erika, you should not be applauded for this. Really, what you did is disgusting. You wasted time, you wasted energy, you wasted money, you wasted resources, and you're disrespectful as hell to the victims. You're re-traumatizing them and you're re-victimizing them by doing all of this crap and exploiting our legal system because you want to prove a point. And once you prove that point, now you want to cry boo hoo hoo. Nobody is apologizing to me. It's the narcissism for me. It's the delusion for me. Like, Erika, girl, you're not fun, manifest Delulu. You're actually legit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, delusional and narcissistic. I'm not a doctor. I don't diagnose, but you're disgusting. You really thought anybody on God's green earth was going to apologize to you because you re-traumatized victims and you, again, exploited the legal system and wasted money and resources that could have gone to people who actually needed help. There are people who are fighting to keep their children. There are people who are fighting to keep a roof over their head. There are people who are fighting people who defrauded them. And that money and those resources and time could have went to people who actually needed it. But instead, you tied up our legal system to prove a point about $750,000 earrings that you're never getting back anyway. And you expect people to apologize to you? Erika, you can go all the way to hell. All the way to hell for that. Oh, I'm getting heated. Anyway, let's get back. Erika Jayne and Kyle Richards discuss Erika's little, they're calling it a victory. I'm not calling it a victory at all. And how the Pretty Mess singer felt about the cast reaction to the news. During last week's episode of Beverly Hills, Erika shared some news with her co-stars about her much-discussed diamond earrings. While on the cast trip to Barcelona, Erika told her co-stars that a judge concluded there was no proof that her $750K diamond earrings were purchased with client settlement funds by her estranged husband, Tom Girardi. Basically, the court decided that Erika Jayne was entitled to keep the earrings and that they should not have been sold at auction. I don't know if that's 100% true. I think that because again, Erika does plant fake news about her legal stuff. I was under the impression that the judgment was appealed pending finding out where the funds came from. But at this point, that doesn't really matter. When you have defrauded and stolen so much money from people's money and the amount of restitution that you owe your victims, girl, please shut up. Please, please. The earrings were auctioned off last December as part of Tom Girardi's ongoing bankruptcy case. Exactly. The once famed attorney is accused of embezzling millions from his clients via their settlement money. Erika expected her co-stars to celebrate her legal victory or at least apologize for their prior comments about the earrings. Instead, the stars got crickets from her co-stars, which shocked and hurt her. See, again, it's the delusion for me. I don't know, Erika, how you thought anybody would ever apologize to you for what you did and how grimy you moved. You said alleged victims. You said you didn't give a damn about anybody. And you've proved that through how you've moved. Even Tom Girardi's mistress gave back money. He had a long-term mistress. He paid for her law school. He got her judge appointment. She subsequently took a sabbatical from being a judge once everything popped off because she didn't want to be in the whole mess. Even her, she gave back money and gifts. And I think a vacation home he gave her. So even when the mistress is like, yo, listen, this ain't clean. Let me just go. Even if she didn't want to do the right thing, at least for optics in your reputation, do the right thing. Even the mistress gave back money and property and jewelry because that's what you're supposed to do. Even the mistress gave the stuff back. So I'm so confused why Erika Jayne thinks she's entitled to a damn thing. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. It felt really good to actually know that, hey, what I had been saying for a long time was true. I won my appeal for the earrings, which I so joyously told everybody, which fell on deaf ears, Erika said. Girl, winning an appeal doesn't mean that what you said was true. It just means that you, just like your husband, knows how to exploit the legal system to get what you want. He exploited the legal system for decades. That's how he was able to run a almost $1 billion Ponzi scheme. So Erika, shut up. She noted that she wanted Crystal in particular to hear the news. I think that it's important for Crystal to hear. She was saying something about my earrings in Aspen, Erika said, referencing Crystal's claim that if she were Erika, she would return the earrings over no matter what. Exactly. Let's get real. You're not caring without facts. So what other facts do you have? I wanted to make sure that she knew I had won my appeal. Talk about uneducated. Again, Erika, it's a narcissism and delusion for me. I don't care what you think you won. You were married, or you are married to a thug. You're a thug yourself. Your husband was a criminal. You're a criminal yourself. I'll say alleged. Alleged. He allegedly stole millions and millions and millions of dollars from his clients and victims. And you allegedly profited from that. That's why you still have a $25 million case against you, because they funneled about $25 million of the victim's money into your Pretty Mess LLC. So the fact that you still have no empathy, no acknowledgement of the victims, and you want to boo-hoo over people not apologizing to you for these earrings is delusional. And I bet she throws herself a little pity party at the reunion. And Andy Cohen, I'm looking dead at you. If you have any empathy for Erika, I'm going to need you to be fired. I'm going to need you to be fired, Andy Cohen. I'm looking dead at you. You know? Like, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Let's see what else this article says. Okay. Much more important, Erika said in agreement. On the after show, I don't even care what they said. I loved what Garcelle said in her confessional when this happened on the show. She said, I would have given the same thing Crystal said, I would have given the earrings back no matter what, just to show that I care and just to give something back to the victims. And I agree with that. And the fact that Erika still thinks in her little pea brain and her little Ozempic mind that she is in any way, shape, or form a victim herself blows my mind. Blows it. You're not a victim in any way, shape, or form, Erika. You're not. You are a woman who profited from blood money. You are a woman who still profits from blood money. Who's funding your life now? And don't say it's Bravo. It's those Wells Fargo's account that your husband set up. It's those, old, rich white guys that's not your sugar daddies. They're Tom Girardi's friends, in my opinion, who he set up accounts with to funnel you money. Who paid for Bet It on Blonde in Vegas? Who paid for that? Because residencies, Vegas doesn't pay for that. You pay for it as the performer, and then you make back through ticket sales and merchandise. Ask Candace over in Potomac how it works and touring works, Who's paying for your multi-million-dollar house? Who's paying for your glam squad and your choreographers and your dancers? Who's paying for your legal team and your publicist? Who's paying for all your cars and your jewelry and all of that stuff? Who's still paying for that? In my opinion, she still has access to a lot of accounts that Tom set up for her. She's still benefiting from blood money. And personally, I think it's disgusting that Bravo NBC gave her a spinoff. Housewife and the Hustler, now on Hulu, part 2, Erika's side. It's under the guise of Erika meeting the victims, but really they're just doing it for profit. Come on. Erika's side, get the hell out of here. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. But that's my prediction. I think Erika is still going to be playing victim. I think Kyle is going to be up her butt because Kyle needs someone to have an alliance with. And I think that, unfortunately, Andy Cohen is going to be sympathetic to her because Andy Cohen is always sympathetic towards her. You would think he would have learned his own lesson since he has now been a victim of fraud himself, but I don't think he has. So with that, I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. How do you think this season is going to go and the reunion is going to go? And as always, be sure to like, subscribe, and share. So with that, you guys, I just dropped the link in case anybody wants to come up and chat. If not, I'm going to take a couple of candy cane questions and comments before we head on out. All right. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Hey, Queen Hermit says, hey, Candy. Hey, everyone. Hello. Amy says, Garcelle has been the best cast member this season. I agree. Tay says, Kyle has politicked a lot, 100%. Amy says, I'm ready for Kyle to be put on pause. Me too. Amy says, wait, didn't Dorit kids call her Aunt Kyle? 100%. Barbara said, I'm so sick of Kyle and her lying, sneaky ways. She's a bore, a big bore. Time for a pause. Agreed. Gloria says, Kyle is terrified of Erika. I think she's terrified of her too. Now that she knows Erika is no longer just going to be her yes girl. You know, it's definitely be Kyle versus the girls. Hey, Barbara says, I love that this show is lighter now. This is the first season in a few years. I can rewatch the episodes. For a few years there, I couldn't even stand watching the episodes once. I agree. I love that it's lighter, 100%. Gloria says, I'm so tired of Erika and Kyle. They need to go take Doritos with you. That part. Barbara says, PK looks like he's smelly. I don't think they are friends anymore. Dorit was using Kyle for coverage on the show and to take her on vacation every year. I agree. I'm not on either of their sides. I could care less about these two. The point is Anna Marie is not smart. That part. Halloween star, ha. She was in the movie for 5 minutes. Ah. Hey, Vaca. What's up, sweetheart? Gloria says Kyle is full of it. Vaca is laughing. Hey, Sarah says, I think Anna Marie should stay if she's gonna drag Kyle. That's a hot take. Gloria says, Kyle, your karma is coming. Amy says, goodbye, Kyle. Vaca says, I think Erica's really up Kyle's butt no matter what. Oop. Tay says she went after Crystal. Vaca says, yes, whatever you are, people will relate to, you are when you are your authentic self. Exactly. Hey, Miss T, thanks for being a mod. Says hit that subscribe button. Yes, yes, yes. Amy says, I'm convinced it was supposed to be a Sutton takedown the year, but it's backfired. Agreed. Tay says same with last season. Irene says, hola, Candy and the Candy Cane. Hola, Irene. Tay says, vile Kyle. Miss T says, the community is better with a Kiki. That's right, you guys. Be sure to subscribe, and share. Shop our merch down below. We have our conspiracy tees and other fun merch. And yeah, just say hi. Hey, Kathy, Kyle is a fraud on every level. I remember Teddy saying that Kyle, Dorit, and Teddy are truly close friends and are in contact with each other during the day. Kyle wanted her own Garcelle with Anna Marie. Yes, 100%. Glorious Anna Marie, yes, I'm on her side, as well as no, Kyle always has an agenda. Irene says Kathy H is really out there. Janet says Kyle is a boring liar, has used this entire season about her and Mauricio, and Kyle and Morgan with absolutely no answers. Erika even said, why isn't Kyle made to her show her real life? I want Kyle gone. Yeah, and now all of a sudden, excuse me. And now all of a sudden, Kyle and Morgan are on the outs because the contract is up. Hey, Chanel, you want to share real quick, sweetheart?
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm in McDonald's.
Okay. Well, just jump in when you're ready, okay?
Okay, will do.
Okay. So Gloria said Kyle really is a sniper from the side. Janet said Kathy Vango. Yup. Gloria says Kyle's been on the show for so many years. It's time for her to go bye-bye. I agree. I think that when your time is up, your time is up. And then when you stay for too long, you start to smell like fish or gas. And I think that it just gets stale. And I think the problem is they also tend to get very bitter when they've stayed on the show for too long. They tend to get very, very bitter. Okay. Janet says, my favorites are Garcelle, Sutton, and Crystal because Erika's niceness can't be trusted. Janet says, I agree, Gloria. You can tell that Kyle got away with all her BS at the reunion. Yeah. I really think she got away with it. That's why she's all like, la, la, la. Irene, Andy, as well as Bravo, love Kyle. Yep. Erika is spiraling in a negative way. Tay said they ice out LVP. And Denise, you can imagine Kyle icing herself out of the group. That will be karma. Sarah says, I'm just happy that the Kyle, Erika, and Dorit, and Lisa Rinna alliance ended, along with Cynthia, Candy, and Kenny alliance. The evil has been defeated. That part. Irene says they are both going through some life changes. I just hope they both come out on top in their lives. Irene says Garcelle is a strong woman. She will be okay. Anxiety attacks can feel like a heart attack. Yeah, it can. It really, really can. So Barbara says, I have panic attacks. They feel like heart attacks. They're really scary. Oh no, sending lots of love. Barbara says, I don't want Kathy back. If she would have came back in the beginning, I would have been happy, but I don't want her now. Exactly. Kiki says, are you having a lab today? A lab today? What's a lab today, Kiki? Barbara says, there was no victory. Is this woman nuts? Exactly. Yeah, thank you, Miss T. That's right, you guys. Go ahead and shop our collection. Irene said, I had my esophagus stretch about 3 years ago. I felt like my food was getting stuck in my chest. It's a real thing. I haven't had any problems since they stretched the esophagus. Exactly. Oh, Kiki says live. Yes, this is the live, Kiki. Tay says, are you watching Bet on Blonde? I know I'm not. Hell no. I'm not watching Bet on Blonde, and I'm not watching Housewife and the Hustler. Part 2 on Hulu. Nope. No thank you, ma'am, Pam. Miss T says, hit the like and subscribe. Irene says, liked. Yay. Kiki says, wait. Hey, Kiki, welcome to the live, sweetheart. Janet says, Barbara, I don't want Kathy Hilton back either because now Kathy will only protect Kyle. Kathy got Renna fired, which is good, but we don't need Kathy Hilton having the upper hand with Bravo and Andy. I agree. Like, it doesn't make sense for Kathy to come back on the show. I mean, on at the reunion because she wasn't on the show. So I hope it's just fun and light in a moment. I hope it doesn't drag out and it gets to be like exhausting. Irene says, I'm not even clear on why those three sisters can't get along. I love one another. Life is short. I'm not clear on what the issue is now either, to be perfectly honest with you. Janet says, Irene's the sisters don't get along because of Vile Kyle. Barbara says, I agree. Janet says, the reunion will be a complete bust because Andy will protect Kyle. Yep. Irene says, at Janet, sounds like Kyle was a spoiled one growing up and now as an adult. 100%. Janet says, yes, Barbara. Kelly says, Kyle will make up any story in order not to tell the true story. It's all for show. Agreed. Gloria says, this show is fake. Kyle, just like you shouldn't be on it. Bloop. Kelly says she was loving the conversation about the ring. You could tell her eyes were like, oop, flicking it around. 100%. Barbara says, at Janet, Andy always sticks by Kyle. Janet says, Irene, Kyle wouldn't be on the show Real Housewives of Beverly Hills if it weren't for Kim Richards. Yep. Gloria said, we all know Kyle uses people. That's what she does. She uses them and disposes of them. She has no spine. Janet says, yes, Barbara. Irene says, oh my goodness, don't say that, Candy Girl. Never wish anyone to hell. Well, I don't mean it literally, Irene. I don't mean it literally. So let's not take this literal. When I say she can go all the way to hell, that was in context to her re-victimizing and re-traumatizing the actual victims. Because when you have already been an actual victim, someone has stolen money from you because you went through a trauma in your life, and then their wife is now going to drag you through the legal process again because she wants to make a point about a $1 million pair of earrings. That is disrespectful, and that is also re-traumatizing. So that's what I mean. She can go all the way down to hell. It's not literal. It's not a curse. So don't take it literally, okay? Janet said, yes, Gloria. Janet says, yes, Gloria, sorry. Gloria says, right on, Janet. Barbara says, I'm not watching anything Erika is on. Me either. Gloria says, get rid of the three of them, boring, distant people. Janet says, Kathy will go after Sutton and Erika. Gloria says, Barbara, I hear you, girl. You right. Irene says, Erika needs to repent, but I don't think she is spiritual. Maybe Catholic, but not spiritual. Janet says, why is Kathy allowed on the reunion when she didn't appear on a show? That part. Jesse says, I'm conflicted. I liked this season until Erika started making it about her pain. If Erika keeps doing that, morally, I don't think I can watch. Thank you, Jesse. That's what I'm saying, where it's like, it's hard to watch Erika have a pity party and make herself the victim when we know the truth. You know, if you have ever been a victim of anything in this life, whether it's abuse, whether it's trauma, whether it's fraud, you know, that cuts deep. And to have this woman who spent the money that was supposed to be some sort of healing, some sort of retribution for you, like it's her own and like it's water, is evil. It is. It's evil. I could not imagine re-traumatizing people. Let's say I was married to a Tom Girardi type person, and I really didn't know what he was doing. And then I found out. I would be like, please take it all. I am so sorry. Take what you need to take, sell what you need to sell. Please make these people whole. That's what any decent person would do. But the fact that she's now trying to act like she's a victim and it's her pain and she wants people to apologize to her because she exploited our legal system, which is exactly what her husband did against innocent people, that's evil. She doesn't care that these people are hurting. She doesn't care that these people weren't able to buy the medicine they needed, or because I mean it's that deep. These people still needed medicine. The burn victim still had surgeries to go through, and he didn't have access to his money. And I'm not making this up. Google it. But she's worried about earrings. That's evil. Irene said, women on Bravo love the things of the world has to offer, tangible things. Exactly, Irene, exactly. Janet says, Kyle needs to leave the show and take Erika and Dorit with her. Oop, that part. Hey, Chanel, you want to share real quick? Because I'm about to wrap up, baby.
Yes, I do. I was just in line. I didn't want to be rude, but I needed my ice cream for today. So I know. Hold on, look. And then I'm in a car. I'm in a rental, and I don't know how to park it. It's terrible. Okay, sorry. I'm good now. So I wanted to say,
Just be safe.
no, I'm parked now. I'm not like
Okay,
I'm gonna just park real quick and get on and say whatever. But so I agree with you. This is the thing though, with Kyle. I agree wholeheartedly. I think I know I was on here last week or maybe the week before, and we were talking about her, and I was saying something to the effect of like, Kyle had me fooled for many years, about 4 or 5 seasons. I was really fooled because of this whole, she seemed like a good wife, a good mother, so on and so forth. And then I really started putting everything together. I think you may or may not remember me talking about that, but if you go through each season, you can see Kyle is treacherous. She likes to put people, she puts the little thoughts in people's heads, and they all are like little drones, and they just go and do her dirty work. And it's really sad, but I do understand how one can get caught up in it, because listen, I consider myself a very intelligent person, and I do have a clinical license, so I can say the behaviors that what's her name, Erika, distributes on the show are very classic narcissistic. I'm never wrong about anything. I don't feel any empathy for whatever, others are going through. Literally, she said on one of the shows, which is just mind blowing, but she said on the show, how do I get empathy? How do you get that? It's not something it's not something that's taught. Let's be very clear. You either have it or you don't. Typically, people who don't have it are like sociopaths. They don't feel badly for other people, but they can certainly feel bad when and point out every single thing you've done. That's classic narcissism. Her getting mad at other people saying, hey, wait a minute, you should have some feeling about what's going on. But Erika clearly, at least what they show us on the show, I'll say it like that, that's not her focus. Her focus is, I'm being attacked. Look at what's happening to me. She cares not about all of the things. Now, don't get me wrong, even if I take Erika out of it and I don't like her for a million reasons, but as a human being, I can see how it's like, I've been living this life, right? And I didn't do it, quote unquote. I could understand that part. And I think most people who watch the show could understand how it's just like, you've been a housewife all this time, and, you sign documents, you're not really paying attention, but you're living this, dream, life that most people would love to live. And then suddenly you're getting into lawsuits about something that you don't necessarily know about. I don't think she didn't know anything unless you're a drone. And Erika is not. Erika's very intelligent. She acts like she doesn't understand, but she completely understands. And the narcissistic part is, although these people are impacted, meaning, like you said, they're traumatized twice. So I got traumatized by whatever happened to me. And then the money that I was supposed to use to make me whole is being used by you, and you're mad because we want you to sell these earrings so that we can have our money so we can get X, Y, and Z. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And to most logical people, right? Most logical people are going to be like, that's crazy. That's
right. In 1 second.
Oh, sorry,
and no. You keep, I want to answer what you said, because you made a great point, and then keep going. The thing with Erika is her slip is showing, because I agree with you. Anybody who has this like luxury lifestyle, and then all of a sudden it's ripped out underneath you, you're going to be like, wait a minute, I had this great life, and now I'm having to struggle, or whatever the case is. But the thing is, Erika is acting like someone who knew, because her anger is at the victims. Her anger is not at her husband. A person who was truly betrayed or blindsided would be angry at her husband, not at the victims. Do you know what I mean? You would be
100%,
like,
I agree.
you would be mad at him and not the victims. And even though you might mourn having to downsize from a $30 million house to a $2 million house, oh my gosh, how horrible for you.
Right.
You would still do it in a way like Crystal said. I would give back the earrings like Garcelle said. And these are women who have particular lifestyles. I would still give it back to show I am in solidarity with the victims, because you would understand that I was victimized too. You know, people who survive traumatic experience together, they bond because they have a common trauma together. They don't go against each other the way Erika is. Erika went to Tom Girardi's memory facility with a bottle of vodka to drown their sorrows when he got indicted. And she's still defending Tom. Oh, you know, he can't remember and blah, blah. And like, she's so fake with like, I can't believe he, like, girl, bye. Nobody believes that you are actually angry with him. You're angry that you got caught. You're not angry at him. So that shows you she knew, because her anger is displaced, you know?
Well, I'll say this part. I can't say one way or the other, only because I don't know. But I can understand how you could make that argument. The thing with Erika, to me, which makes me feel like, even though I know I said she's smart, I mean in the sense of like diabolically. You know, it's sort of like on every cartoon you watch growing up, the evil person always tells their plan right before they're going to do whatever. And it's just like, why, if you're so smart and you have this great plan, why would you expose yourself? Because then obviously the hero comes and saves the day. But that's Erika, because when you think about it, most people who've been poor or maybe lived impoverished or poverty adjacent, their parents, for whatever reason, make sure that they tell them this is not the way you want to live for the rest of your life. You got to get educated, so on and so forth, right? My point is this: Erika wasn't always living in this wealthy lifestyle. She became accustomed to this wealthy lifestyle. So to me, if you were ever broke and poor and whatever, she was apparently, she said she worked as a stripper at some point, then you know what it's like to be treated poorly, maybe not accepted, so on and so forth. You understand there's a difference. And therefore, once you come up, you want to stay there, right? So then if you were a criminal, you're not, doing crime anymore, whatever it is, you're going to stay there. The problem is, the reason why I believe she knew something. One, I'm a wife. I've been married for almost 18 years this year in a few months. I
Oh,
know.
happy anniversary!
Thank you. Thank you.
You
I
welcome. You
know
welcome.
my husband, and yeah, I want to throw him off a tree every once in a while. You know what I'm saying? Love him to death. But at the end of the day, I know as a wife that there's been times where he's just like, hey, sign this or sign that, because we have a business too. But I'm no dummy, right? I got 3 college degrees. Dumb is not in my DNA. I'm just saying. So that means I might not necessarily can say 100% what he did, but people don't really change. We have a whole Bible that tells us how we're supposed to act, and people don't even listen to God. Let's just be very clear. And I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm just simply saying. So if they're not going to listen to God, but they're going to listen to you and they're going to change for you, it's just really highly unlikely. People are very predictable, right? So Erika has shown us who she is. And I believe her. I think that she has narcissistic tendencies for the reasons that I gave previously. But I also believe she's acting guilty because if you were poor at one point and you know what it's like to struggle, you on some level would be able to remind yourself of that and be like, oh, I get it. And then the other thing is, I'm like, who are your attorneys? Because any good attorney would tell you, shut up. That's number one. And I get that part of it, because you're gonna make it difficult for them to get you out of whatever situation. So I do understand that part. But all Erika had to do, in my opinion, because we live in a society that loves to build people up, to tear them down, but then also will give you grace and say, yay, she came back. So Erika would have had all of our ears of people that really, on some level, liked her on the show, if she would have said, this is terrible what has happened. From my understanding, the limited knowledge that I have, I don't know everything right now, but I'm just going to let the lawyers take care of it. And then if I know more, I can share more. That people would have been like, oh, I can't believe this happened. We would all been mad at Todd. At Tom. That's what would have happened. But because she's narcissistic, in my opinion, or at least she has those type of actions, she can't see beyond herself, which is why everything she says is about her, which is also why last season when they were at that, I don't know whose house they were at, and it was cold outside, and they had it was the whole thing where Lisa Rinna was talking about she's going to get sick and die, or sick and get whatever from not telling the truth about whatever Kathy supposedly did. it was just kind of like, I knew exactly who Erika was all this time, but she proved it when she sat there and was basically like, yeah, we want Kathy to go down too. Because I was done this again, the narcissism. This is what happens to me, so we need to have it all the way around. That to me is a very dangerous person, because it doesn't matter to her that she's going to intentionally put your sister, your family, your blood in a line of fire simply because she was in the line of fire. Not necessarily because this lady did anything enough to warrant that, but I want everyone else. And the scarier part, and to me the delusional part of Kyle, is this: you saw what she did to your sister. Although I really wholeheartedly believe Kyle had a very big heavy hand in that, because she never
100%.
protected her. She never
100%.
said, my sister would never do that. Because listen, I get with the blood is thicker than water thing, but I understand symbolically what it means, but I don't roll that way. I'm gonna ride with whoever rides with me. Whoever shows himself loyal and whatever, that's who I'm gonna ride with. It doesn't matter that you're my blood. That's my personal opinion. Yes, I'm gonna feel away if it's my mom or dad, whoever, right? I get that part. But at the end of the day, this is your whole sister, and your friends, quote unquote, are over here trying to cause her demise, trying to cause her to stumble. And I'm not saying Kathy is not in part had did some things or whatever. I 100% believe she did some things, but I don't think whatever she did constituted, let's just try to ruin this whole lady's life. And that's what it felt like to me. Let's ruin all her credibility and whatever, and so forth. So to me, for Kyle to be a part of that, the reason I felt she was a part of it is because anybody that loves their family would have stood up and said, you can't say that about my sister, period, point blank. I know you don't like her, whatever, 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 but we're not doing that. Also, Kyle is the person that has the most power. She's been there the longest. So the people are going to listen to her. But the scariest part to me is that she did it to your sister. You let it ride. Now she is not only doing it behind the scenes, because her and Rena were kind of doing it behind the scenes. They didn't really want to be found out, so to speak. So Kyle let it ride. But she's publicly telling you, I want someone to come and destroy you. Not only do I want someone to come and destroy you, I have the perfect person. The person that signs all our checks. Your employer, I want him to do it. What are you talking about? I don't understand how Kyle, unless she's dancing with the devil too, can sit there and say still out of her mouth, well, I still love Erika a lot and this, that, and the third. Excuse me? I don't love someone who is knowingly, intentionally going out of their way to try to take my sister out and destroy her. And then now it's trying to do that to me. But common sense will tell you, if you run around with people like that, they're eventually going to turn on you. That's just common sense, in my opinion. So Kyle trips me out because I feel like, again, she's played this role very perfectly, in my opinion, to a T of like, woe is me. I'm over here trying to save my sister from drugs and alcohol. I'm over here trying to be a family wife and, all this different stuff. She's played that role really, really good. But it's like, I don't understand how you feel as though you can walk this earth and leave all these bodies in your wake and still want us to feel bad for you. Like, I don't feel bad for you anymore. I do feel bad about the sister. I mean, not the sister, the friend that passed away or whatever. I do have empathy for that. And as a wife, I have empathy for if your relationship is dying and you've been, married for 20 something years. I do get that part. But the fact that you continuously make it your business to drag your friends, and it's almost like they're all under some spell, because I'm like, Sutton, these people are not your friends, and she still thinks that Kyle is a friend. That's one thing. Kyle's a snake, and I always call her the king cobra. The other thing is with Erika, I don't know. I do feel better about her this season. I don't know if it's because it's not in
Mm-hmm.
the news as much as it was the past 2 years, where it was always something new that she did, and it's so egregious, and it's just kind of like you want to shake her, like, you're so dumb. You're digging a deeper hole for yourself every time you open your mouth. But at the end of the day, I can put that to the side and just say, at the end of the day, you don't deserve anything. Let's be clear. You've been living on whatever people's money, whoever's people's money, for at least
Exactly.
25 years, 30 years, or however long it's been. You should be able to say, you know what, I can pick up and I can start over. And I wholeheartedly believe, like I was saying earlier about how our society works, we love to drag people, build them up, drag them down, and then we're very forgiving. Think about all the people that do crazy stuff, and then we're just kind of like 3 years past, and it's like, okay, well, they're back on top and people want to support that. And I believe, would have been supportive had she became like a Cinderella story, where she didn't really have much. She had this prince, he gave her all this money and opportunity and whatever, access, resources. She lost it all because of his bad whatever. It would have been a perfect Lifetime movie or whatever, you know what I mean? She would have been able to come back and people would have been rooting for her, even though Erica's mean and evil and the biggest bully I've ever seen, besides maybe Lisa Rinna. So it's like, if she was smart, she would figure it out. But this whole deal, I didn't even hear her say those things that you said. She said on, I guess, Watch What Happened Live or something about how she wants to take Kyle down or whatever. I'm just kind of like, you're still digging this hole for yourself. So I can't feel bad for her anymore, even though she's not as hard to get along with this season. And I will say this, I would have never thought that Lisa Rinna had as much of an influence that she's had until this season. Only because every season Lisa was on there with Erika, it was as if, again, she's under a spell. And I always feel like Erika has her own mind because she always is standing in whatever it is and she doesn't really back down. But now that Lisa's gone, I'm like, how is it that Erika can somehow sit in the same room with Sutton? Because before she was mean to her, bullying her, we all saw it or whatever, and she can do the same thing with Garcelle. It's just very interesting to me that evil, I feel like, that she brought to the show. And I think Erica's partially evil too, because you have to be to not really care about people's welfare when they've done nothing to deserve it. um, and you've done nothing to deserve their money that you spent, in my opinion. So
Yeah.
I don't understand how you can really just keep walking around, but I do, because like I said, I have a clinical degree as well. So I fully
Yeah.
understand.
And
I've
like,
read the
mhm,
DSM. I know what delusion means. You know what I'm saying?
right.
I fully understand it, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Because your point about Erica being evil, I wanted to highlight Irene says, think she will eventually sell those earrings. That's the thing. She doesn't have the earrings and she will never get them
Anymore.
back. The
Mm-mm.
earrings have already been sold at auction. So the sole reason why she appealed was to prove a point. She knew she was never getting those earrings back. So literally, it wasn't like I'm going to appeal and get the earrings back because they've already been sold. Ronald Richards bought them for his wife. She even said,
Did he?
I don't have them. Yes, he bought them for his wife.
Wow.
And
That's crazy.
so when she appealed, she only did it as an FU to the victims. That was her only reason. Why would you go, like me personally, I would never do anything legally if at the end of the day, no matter what happens, I'm getting nothing out of it. Why would you appeal knowing that the earrings are gone for good? You're not going to ever get the earrings back. She did it to be spiteful. And
Yeah.
that's what makes her so evil. She
And that's the
literally
thing.
did it to be spiteful.
That's
Because
the
she
evil
even says
part.
on the show, "Oh, I no, the earrings are gone. I knew I wouldn't get them back." It was she said this not last episode, but the episode before that when they're still in Spain. And she's like, "Oh, you guys, I won my appeal." It's in her confessional. The producer's like, "Well, do you have the earrings?" And she's like, "No, I knew I wouldn't get them back." So you appealed. You disrespected the victims. You wasted money and time and resources that could have went to
Hmm.
people who needed it because you
Hmm.
wanted people to apologize to you because your husband defrauded them. That's evil.
It's
That's
it's a
evil.
hundred it's 100% evil. And I really didn't
Mhm.
think about it because I didn't know that she said that or whatever the case may be. But I will say that it takes a special type of human being, in my opinion, to it's sort of like it takes a special kind of human being to watch someone be violent to a female or to a child or anyone that's helpless, anyone that doesn't deserve it. Like, why would you want to, watch that? So to me, the fact that you now feel exonerated. And my thing is this, even if I was Erica and I was delusional and I was crazy and I had all this stuff going on, I still wouldn't want to go through what I just went through in the last 2 years, right? So this is my thing. You clearly like it because you on no day of the week could have thought she's more concerned about being able to say you guys were wrong and y'all should have whatever apologized to me, this, that, and the third. She's more caught up in her own ego being, bruised or whatever the case may be, than she is about these people. And that's the part that's most sickening because it's like, I wouldn't, on the inside, yes, I would want to feel like, oh yeah, this is a minor, whatever, for my own personal whatever. If I'm being dragged, especially if I'm innocent and I didn't do it, I would feel that way. I would want to feel, like I did the right thing and I wasn't lying. But we all know, Erica, unfortunately, you didn't do the right thing. The right thing would have been, you know what? If there's any shot or chance in hell that any of this is true, here, I have a job on Bravo. I'm clearly making a good check. If I truly believe that these people are traumatized and that my husband stole their money and whatever else, and I profited from it or I benefited from it, have everything that I own. Let's sell it. Let's do whatever. Let me move on. I would not, because I do believe in karma. I do think whatever you put out in the world is going to come back to you. I 100% believe
100%.
that. So you put evil out,
100%.
evil comes back. It's sort of like, it's not going to come back in the way that you think. So in my opinion, it's like karma could be like, oh, I did this one thing. I stole someone's money, let's just say. And then you're trying to figure out when you're 23 and broke and someone stole your rent money, where did it go? That to me is like the karma. It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly whatever you did, uh, but it shows back up in your life. And that's the thing. I'm
It's an
like,
energetic match. It's not a literal match.
correct.
You
And to
get that
me,
energy back. Yeah.
the first
Hey,
step,
Chocolate Chunks. Thank you for being a channel member. I love you. Hey, Chocolate Chunks. Yeah, catch the replay, boo boo. Okay, go ahead, Chanel.
um, to me, the first indicator that your karma is coming to get you, in my opinion, or Erica, that stands out to me is I heard at some point she got this big Vegas, whatever. And I was like, good for her. She's making a comeback, whatever. She's making a comeback. And then all of a sudden they're selling your tickets for like $1 in Vegas. That to me is karma. Because I think had you had a heart, you see what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
had music that I wouldn't normally just turn on, but I wasn't mad at the songs. I was like, okay, they're catchy, whatever, right? Plus, you're almost 50 years old at the time, I believe. So who's a 50-year-old pop star? So I'm like, I'm with it. But the
Yeah.
fact that you did all of these things, if you would, in my opinion, if she would have just humbled herself, which she can, because has narcissistic tendencies, in my opinion. If she could have humbled herself, I think she would have gotten that Vegas residency. And like I was saying earlier, people would have rallied. People would have, because she has an audience. I think they're mostly gay men or whatever, and God bless her, and whomever else. But I'm your audience too. I probably wouldn't have went to the show, but I'm just saying I would have supported her, because it's like, who doesn't want to see a comeback? But because you're treacherous in your behavior, because you have zero care about how whatever your husband or whoever else did to these people, the resulting fact that you can still see these people, because I believe some of the victims had cancer. I know one guy was like a burn victim. Like, if you can't have empathy for that, then I can't see how I would ever want to be in your airspace. That's why I don't understand Kyle. So to me, I'm just kind of like, Kyle is already her own crazy person. But Erica's the next level, because I would say, although I think Kyle is treacherous for all of the deviant things she's been a part of, maybe she didn't do it directly, but to me, even if it's indirectly, you know what's going on. So to me, not doing anything makes you complacent. I'm not complacent. You're an accomplice. Maybe even if you're silent, because you're allowing it, you're watching it to go on. Maybe you even put a little, I agree, along the way. But what I don't understand is you can see, and you have been a part of all of the shenanigans that Erica has done in the past 3 years, and you still cool with her. I don't get it. So to me, when
Mm-hmm.
you can be, it's sort of
And
like if
mhm,
someone's
mhm.
racist, and I don't want to get into a whole thing about that, but I'm saying
Right.
a lot of times people feel like, oh, I'm not racist like Dorit. I'm not, and I understand what Dorit is saying. She's like, she feels that way because think about it. If you live in Beverly Hills, and I'm just gonna make it like we live in a vacuum. If you live in Beverly Hills, and all of your neighbors in general, all the places you go and shop and eat, whatever, 90% of those people look just like you. In your mind, I don't even really interact that much with these people over here, the people of color. So how could I be racist? Well, that makes
Mm,
sense because you're in your bubble, which is what Garcelle was trying to tell her without being rude.
mhm,
She's saying, sweetheart, I don't think you are innately racist. I don't think that. I think that you're
mhm,
not around anyone else that much enough to
mhm,
have a feeling, enough to do some things that would look to other people like you're being race adjacent, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
mhm.
to me, Garcelle was giving her an out and she didn't even see it. It's just like, this is the
That
out. She's
part.
saying to you, you're uneducated. You're uneducated. The way you're thinking about it is
You're a
ludicrous.
Karen. You're basically a Karen. And so what
Correct.
Irene had asked, it goes back to her evil. No, she didn't get any money. That's the thing. When you
Right.
appeal, you don't get money. Appeal just reverses the decision, and then legally you can either go back to court and refile or whatever the case is. It's like
Mm-hmm.
say someone's going to jail, got a guilty verdict, and then they appealed it and the appeal is overturned. They don't get any money for that. It's just the state could either then go back and retry them, or it's just left the way, like, neutral. So no, she didn't get the earrings back, and she didn't get any money. She just wasted court's time, money, and expenses, and just re-traumatized and re-victimized the victims. That's what I'm saying. Literally, the only reason why she appealed was to prove a point. And that's disgusting. And the point she only proved was that she's garbage. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean that in a very true way. Because when you know people have suffered, whether by your hand or not, and you do something deliberately to cause them even more suffering, to me, that makes a garbage person. When you deliberately hurt people simply because you can.
Right.
That's
And
disgusting.
the thing with her being appealing something, she wasn't appealing in any way, in my opinion, to say it wasn't an appeal where someone's wronged her and she deserves something, or she's due some sort of restitution. She was appealing to say, I want the court to be able to find in which they did, at least in this one, she wanted the court to say the lawyers, not Erica's, but the plaintiffs' lawyers didn't prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, or whatever the case may be, that this money was spent deliberately, specifically from the victims. That's all the judge is saying. He ain't saying that it didn't happen. He's
He didn't
saying
say
that
exactly.
the evidence doesn't show
there was
that
no
this is what happened.
exoneration. And that's what makes me so sick. Like, Erika, you've been vindicated. You've been exonerated. That's like, I'm like, people, go read a book. That is not what this means.
I love it.
That is not what this means. And they're like, Erika's vindicated. No, she's not vindicated. She's vindictive. Those are two different things. Hi, Adam. What's up? I dropped the link if you want to come say hi real quick, boo boo, but no pressure. Hey, Adam. But yeah, Chanel, you are on fire, and I agree with everything you're saying. You're coming with the receipts, the knowledge, the institutional with the degrees. Like, you are just coming bang, 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 and I agree with you wholeheartedly. You're on it, girl.
Oh, thank you, Candy. I love you. I love this stuff. I've just only been recently, trying to figure out my life in the YouTube streets. So, like, I'm learning.
Listen, I had to learn too. I went down some dark alleys on YouTube before, and I was like, I don't belong here. Like,
well,
I was like, wait a minute, this is not what I was like. No, this is not what I stand for.
Correct. But what was interesting for me, and I'll just share a little bit of my story, because I'm a baby YouTuber. But I would go, I think I started watching YouTube out of boredom, probably sometime during COVID. You're just at home doing work from home, whatever, right? But I never was interested or loyal to anybody's YouTube, whatever. And because we're bored and we're at home and I'm listening to the housewives, this, that, and the other, I would listen to people, some of them I really like and respect. And then others, I'm just like, so y'all just want to wake up to like degrade people all day. So like how you were saying, I just kind of like, that's not where I want to be. And I think I'm pretty cool. So I'm just saying other people will too. Just saying.
No, you're very
I'm joking.
cool. No, you're
but
very cool.
I will say this. It is one of those things, I feel like YouTube, and my neighbor who just moved here, she's getting a PhD, and she's much younger than me. She's like 23, and I'm like, good for you. She's getting a PhD, and I was like, I'm starting a YouTube channel. Will you follow me? And she was like listening so nicely, and then she was just like, listen, I think that's great, Nikki, and I support you, and yes, but it's not YouTube, it's TikTok. Like, she was educated me. I was like, oh my God, what is TikTok? I don't know how to, like, I've heard obviously what TikTok is, but I don't really know. And she was just basically like, this is what you do after you do the YouTube channel, which was very, 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 very interesting, because I still don't know how to TikTok, but I'm trying. But I said that to say this, what is humbling about it, the journey, is I'm like, okay, I posted this, where are all my people? And I think, when you go on there like 3 days later, this is me in my mind. I'm like, I have 36 people that like my video. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, but then when you go on other people's channels like you and others that have been here, I don't even know how long you've been a content creator, but when you go on other people's channels and you're like, oh my God, they have 100,000 or 30,000 people, or you know what I mean? It kind of, it almost feels like magical. Like, you're just like, how did you get these people? But I understand that there's like a way. I understand that there's the algorithms and all these other things that kind of make, optimize you to go to the front or the back, and they suggest things. But it is a journey. So I'm being very humble, because I like to get things now. I'm a Leo. I don't have any patience. I don't like
Yeah, you got
waiting.
to be patient. And it's just like, and it's actually I'll be transparent. There's one thing that would help me grow bigger is I need more consistency. But since YouTube isn't like my full time gig, I like want to
Hmm.
come on, want to come off, like all this stuff. But like I
Hmm.
find I would have grown a lot quicker. And I think this is a good way to grow quicker is to really have a schedule and be super consistent with it. Like one of my biggest areas of growth for me personally as a YouTube content creator is
Hmm.
consistency. Because sometimes I'll be like, I'm going on, but then something comes up and I can't, or anything like that, because it's
Hmm.
not my full time job. So it's
Hmm.
like I have to do what I have to do first. And then when I am able to, when I'm able to, I love to come on and hang out and do everything. But for me, I think a big thing is consistency. And that's an area of improvement for myself that I have to get better at.
That's 100%
Yeah.
true, but I think you have to look at it too like a job because it is. And I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
say that because when I decided, oh, I'm gonna just make a video, and then you go, especially if you're doing it, everything is different, right? So everyone's not recapping or whatever, right? But if you're gonna recap the show or whatever it is that you're watching, your people like to see you recap. It is a job. You gotta like write down the scenes. You gotta remember this and what you thought and what you didn't like, and so on and so forth. And to me, that's the part where I was like, oh, because I'm a person that's like, and this is bad. I know it's bad.
No,
I
it's okay.
remember I was studying for my licensure um a year or so ago. And I remember getting this what do you call it? It's just like a study pack in this like you have to pay these people to basically tell you how to understand the test so you can take it and pass or whatever, right? And
Oh, like a
I
tutor.
right. And I'm like a person that's like, okay, I bought this from Walmart. I'm not reading these directions. I'm smart enough to know how to put this together. That's me. And I know that I'm not, but I
Mm,
just have an ego, right? So
yeah.
I did that. I did that when I was supposedly studying and I got a 66. I'm like, oh my God, what is happening? So then I was like, okay, fine. I'll go and I'll actually, and this is me not studying at all, right? I got out of college. I wasn't studying at all. I'm going to go just take this test blindly. And then when I finally realized that there's a reason why these people put this test together or this program together this way,
Yeah.
so that you can execute. But of course, like I said, I have to learn by trying and doing it and this and that.
Yeah.
But after I did that, after I said, okay, to your point, I have to set a study schedule because that's what
Yeah.
that study thing told me. It was like you need to have from this time to this time every Tuesday, whatever day it is that you
Yep.
said you're going to do whatever, and you have to do it every single time. After I did that, clearly I was getting A's. After I
Yeah.
put my ego to the side, but you're 100% right because last night I was putting together a recap for, I forget which one it was. I think it was Married to Medicine or something. And I was tired and hungry. And I'm just
Mm-hmm.
like trying to eat my Chick-fil-A sandwich and get my whole life. And I'm tired and I got to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but thank God I have a job where I'm a therapist. So I can go wherever. I can make my own schedule. So,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody doesn't have that. But I will say, just the few people that I've watched some people leave their job and they're great at what they're doing and they've been
Yeah.
successful. But I've watched that growth over 2 years and I'm like, that is impressive.
Yeah.
But it does take time and it does take perseverance and consistency, like you said, because you will
Yeah.
lose your audience. Because what will happen, at least this is what I've seen, and
Yeah.
I'll share.
Wait,
So
wait, one oh no, okay, go ahead. I was like,
what I was gonna
Adam's here.
say,
I want Adam to join.
oh,
Hey
I'll just say
Adam.
this one little thing. What
Yeah.
I've seen
Andy.
is your audience, your people who want to tune in to whatever to see what Candy's gonna say or whomever, they start building up a schedule, right? So it's like Candy's coming on here every da 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 da. In their own mind, that's when they have time. That's when they are going to be on here. And so if you stop doing that, they will find other people eventually. It's not that saying that they're never coming back, but once you kind of build this, it's sort of like going to McDonald's. Know they're going to close at 10, and then suddenly tomorrow they're not closed at 10, they're closed at midnight. You're like, wait a minute. It's sort of like that. So I feel like you
Yeah,
kind of have
yeah,
to feed
yeah.
the monster and be consistent with it. So
Yeah. Hey Adam, what's up, sweetheart?
I'm good. But this is a crazy one, but how's your day been going, Candy?
It's been going well. I want to give a shout out to Janet Martin. She's Candy, don't you ever leave us. You are the most honest and fair person on YouTube. Oh, trust me, I'm
that's
not
so
going
sweet.
anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I love YouTube and I love you guys. I love my community. Nope, I will be here rocking till the wheels fall off. We're going to be good, you guys. We're going to be good. And I love you, Janet. Thank you so much. That was really sweet. So go. That's how my day's going, Adam. How's your day
Good.
going?
It's it's been a bit crazy, just renovations and job applications, all that graduate lifestyle type of stuff. but with with Beverly Hills, I don't really know what I'm supposed to expect in terms of a thrill from this reunion because I haven't seen the last 2 episodes of Beverly Hills properly. I just have not had the time, but I don't really know what is going to be exciting to watch because the only thing that sounds like we're going to hear is 8.5 get dragged. Kyle, people are going to come after her,
That's hilarious.
and also Crystal is going to mention the dig that she gave Dorit on Instagram. You know how Dorit was like, we were in university or had jobs whilst you were married or something, or whatever she was trying the shade, and then
When she called her a child bride or whatever.
yeah, yes, that.
Hmm.
But with the appearance from Kathy Hilton, do you think she's going to be just in one of the 3 parts, or do you think she's going to be in 2 of the 3 parts?
I think she'll be in the last part because they always. No, wait. When do they usually bring in a guest?
Either for 2 parts or 1 part, but usually either in the middle or the end.
I think she'll either be the middle or the end,
Yeah, so
and only one part of it. Yeah,
because Camille Grammer, when she was like a friend of, was in it for like 2.5 parts, but because Kathy wasn't even on, she probably. I think your original hypothesis is probably the end probably, but but I don't really know what the so you mentioned how Crystal and Kyle might be at it.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle and Crystal never get on because Kyle doesn't like it that Crystal wouldn't be her minion because she's Kathy Hilton's friend, in theory, not hers. And Kyle only was like cordial with Crystal when it comes to the best. But I kind of feel that with Beverly Hills, I can't believe I'm saying this, but it's really starting to tire me out of it.
What do you mean you can't believe you're saying it? We've been saying this forever.
No, but it's literally my favorite franchise of all of them, and it's just like this 8.5 is almost like.
You know what it is? It's like I said this on the first episode of this season. The problem is that all of the women, even though I love Garcelle and Sutton, but I think all of the women, even Crystal to a degree, only because I don't really show Crystal, they're just not happy. So I think that all of them are in very sad points in their lives. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean that in like a genuine way. Like Kyle clearly is going through some type of crisis, identity crisis, marriage, all of that. Kyle's in shambles. Dorit is miserable. I think her and BK are headed for divorce. She doesn't seem happy. Garcelle, like she said the last episode,
he wants to be very BK.
Exactly. She says she's feeling very, very lonely and, she wants love, but she'll wait to be alone. I think she's kind of at a crossroads herself in her life. Sutton, same. Like all of a sudden now she's talking about her ex Kristen and she's crying and wants to prove her. Like, again, just seems a little lonely, sad. Like, it just seems like every woman is kind of in some form of crisis in their life that makes them sad. And I think we all go through, like, if we're lucky enough as human beings, our lives you have moments of crisis. It doesn't mean it's like this big, huge thing, but we all have them. We all have moments in our lives where we're at crossroads. But
100%.
when you have an entire cast who is going through a crisis, that does not make good television. Because even though the women aren't doing anything super crazy or that, you feel it energetically. And that's why it's been such a downer. Like last season was dark, but this season is sad. And I think they should have cast I don't know. I think they need to cast different people at this point. Fresher people, different storylines, people who are in different places in their life. Because that's really what is making it the way it is. It's because all of the women are in some form of crisis.
I mean, I don't know if you saw Camille's Instagram yesterday, but she posted this picture of the season 1 cast, and she was saying New York is doing a legacy show. Why doesn't Beverly Hills have a legacy show? And obviously, the timing's a bit out of play because Beverly Hills hasn't officially kind of been cancelled or whatever. But I kind of thought, people for years have wanted Camille to come back as a main cast member, but clearly Andy Cohen and Bravo aren't giving her the check.
Right.
And instead, you have 8.5, which Kyle was all happy to come on as her sidekick, yet in the press, she's kind of acting like they're not tight or anything. And it's just like, oh yeah, she lives on my road and what have you, but we're not super tight, and kind of, I think she's a little bit, even though she doesn't want to admit it, I think she's deep down embarrassed that she brought this 8.5 in the first place.
She has admitted it. She has. She said on Jeff Lewis, she basically was like, I don't know her. She was like, I met Anne Marie one time, and now she came in hard and she's doing the most. Kyle flipped on Anne Marie. You want to watch? We watched it. You want to see what she said?
Yes, please do. Show it.
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Because literally, it's beyond me. Because Kyle is the queen of discrepancies. Because she never sticks to her word. Yet she wanted to. She likes to drag people and all this stuff, saying you're not being honest. You're not being honest, Kyle.
Exactly.
At the end of the day,
she's
you're
not
not
being honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys, stay because I'm gonna play the video and then we'll talk about it. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Anne Marie, I was able to meet her at your white party, and I met she and her husband, and I really had a nice conversation with them, and I liked them. But now that I'm watching the show, she's not coming off great on the show. Do you agree? Is she the right fit?
Listen, here's another misconception. I've read some things like Kyle brought in Anne Marie to do her dirty work. I met her. I love when people say these things. I met her one time. They came to my home for an agency party, and I ended up speaking to her husband the whole time, who was so nice, so funny, and she was very quiet. But then when we were talking about who could add to the show, I was like, oh, and she's my neighbor. She lives on my street, and they just stuck out in my mind. So she's very, when I think the first time I saw her actually is when she joined the show after that, So I reached out to her about joining the show, and she was very nice, very outspoken, really into her, fitness. And I just thought she was cool, and she was very opinionated. I think she didn't handle herself great in some of these situations. And I think when you have something like that, you've got to see the balance of other things too. And I don't think we really got to see that. So,
I think it was a little too for her to be a brand new housewife. You have to ingratiate
That's
yourself.
hard. She
you
came
have
in
to,
hot.
You
She-
have
yeah.
yes. You
She
have to
came in
bond with the
esophagus.
girls.
Right,
You have to
right.
form friendships.
Yeah.
You can't go after them right away. And then what I'm noticing too is the other girls who have relationships are defending
Right. Yeah.
Sutton.
So yeah, she basically was like,
Interesting.
I don't know that hoe. But
But at the same time, though, she said that she reached out to her about joining the show, so she still plugged her either way. she literally just pretty much said she was the person who got her on the show yet. I mean, she kind of just contradicted herself there because she literally just
Mm-hmm.
said, "Oh, I spoke to her husband though. She lives on my street. Um, I reached out to her probably through Instagram or something about joining the show, but I've never met her since I spoke to her husband at the so she so clearly her husband talked about getting her on the show or something because like because Kyle literally just said at the same time she got her basically on the show even though she didn't really know her. And I I don't know, to me, I mean, Kyle is confusing as it is, but that's just damn confusing. Like you're gonna say you don't know someone, yet
Mm-hmm.
yet you recommended for them to come on the show.
It's not
Uh-huh.
confusing. She's just lying. That's all that's happening.
Y-
She's just a liar. She
Yeah,
absolutely knew this lady through the Beverly Hills way, right? So they don't, none of them really, 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 really are honest about a lot of things, in my opinion. And then when they are, people go against them or whatever the case may be. And that's what's happened here. Anne Marie, this is what I said last time. Kyle set Anne Marie up, in my opinion, because she's never been Sutton's friend. Plus, Sutton seems like the easy, kill, so to speak. And so, if you want to make a splash on this show and, get hired on full time or whatever, she's the easy target that you can go after because of whatever. She's not as abrasive as like Erika or Lisa Renna.
yes,
So in my opinion, Anne Marie, because she's shown us all that she really, 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 really she feels herself about this whole college, what her degree is in, anesthesia, whatever it is that she says that she is in, right? So for
yes,
her and for Kyle, they both were like, this is going to be easy because Anne Marie is an anesthesiologist allegedly, even though she's saying now that she isn't. For Kyle's mind is, how are we going to argue with the medical professional? We're not going to be able to argue with the medical professional because I don't know if y'all remember that scene where Emery was basically talking mean to harassing her, in my opinion, to Sutton. And then when it didn't really land and Sutton's like, am I on a doctor's appointment? Then Kyle was like, yeah, her esophagus or something like that. She like whispered it to
yeah,
her. And then Anne Marie was like, okay, I got the ball again. Okay, so what happened, in my opinion, is Anne Marie never expected anyone to challenge her. She expected to automatically get respect because she's saying, I hold this title, which most people in the world revere doctors because they've gone to school, they're knowledgeable, they save people's lives. Some of them, not all of them. But what I'm saying is that's why she thought this is a home run. And that's the same reason why Kyle thought the same exact thing. They didn't expect, specifically Anne Marie, for anyone to fact check what she's saying, right? She didn't expect Crystal to do that, but Crystal's like, oh, I got you. I feel like Crystal is like a silent killer, in my opinion. She sits and she waits, and she doesn't really start things, in my opinion, but she will finish them. So now Crystal is
Crystal does
going on
start
a.
some stuff.
She does, but I'm saying in general, I
Yeah,
don't think she would have went after Anne Marie's degree in the way that she did if Anne Marie wouldn't have been so won't let she was a dog with a bone. She would not let it go with Sutton, right? She was just like really,
yeah.
it seemed like obsessed to a degree with whatever was going on. But I don't think Anne Marie on any day of the week thought that the American whatever society would have put out a statement saying basically you're lying and you're not this and you can't use these words interchangeably because she was on the show saying, oh, I could do this and you could basically pretending to be something else that she's not. And all of the people that really know what's going on called her on it. That's why she hates Crystal. And I ain't saying I would love Crystal either, but Crystal called her on it and now she doesn't know what to do. And Anne Marie has decided, well, really, in my opinion, Kyle, because of that, has decided to distance herself, right? Because Kyle doesn't want to be caught up. Just like she didn't really want to be caught up in the thing with Erika, but she didn't have a choice because they already did the 5 4 5, so it was just like you're locked in for life. But with this thing with Anne Marie, she can do this whole, oh, Bravo can get rid of her, but I don't really want that stink on me, which is why she's running around America saying, oh, you know, I don't really know her that much. That's why.
But the thing with 8.5, which really just
I
annoys me the
can't eight
most.
four five.
But the thing that annoys me the most about 8.5 is that she was on Watch What Happens Live last week, and she got asked again why she called Dr. Nicole from Miami a Clout Chaser.
Clout Chaser. Yeah, I watched that. I know what you're talking about.
And Candy, did you hear this?
Yes, I did. Yes, yes.
So the reason why she calls Dr. Nicole a clout chaser is because she said, I know that Beverly Hills is the more popular show, so she wanted to be involved.
Anne Marie is just a mess. I think that there's something like, and I don't want to speak out of turn when it comes to like mental health. I just want to stay in my lane, but I feel like there's
She's not all there.
something, right, like maybe like a spectrum thing. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like
Yeah.
there's something legitimately, and I mean this respectfully to her. I feel like there's some like almost like an Asperger's, or like there's just something going on where she's not picking up on social cues. She has weird responses. She will say something and then literally the next second be like, I never said that. And I think she actually believes she never said it. She's done this a lot. When she said that Sutton had the eating disorder, and Crystal was like, whoa, you just said she had an eating disorder. And she goes, I never said that. And it was like, that's literally what you just said. And then when she was talking to Sutton, she goes, so you don't eat? And Sutton said, I never said don't eat. And she said, I never said that. And she genuinely looks like she really believes she didn't say it. I honestly think there's something like
not all there.
Spectrum with her. Right.
Yeah.
I do think there is. And then when she opened up on the after show, I didn't know that her mother had given her up for adoption. So she's actually adopted, and it was a closed adoption. And her mother said that don't ever contact me.
That was very sad.
And that was really sad. And I think that given the allegations against her husband, and given the fact that she's okay with him calling her an 8.5, and given the fact that she kind of seems maybe on the spectrum, and I say that respectfully, and I'm not a doctor, so I'm not trying to do anything like that, it makes me understand why she's in the relationship with a man who's been accused of what he's been accused of.
Yes.
And even when she said last episode how she needs to work on herself because she actually wants to be happy, I was like, there it is. You're not happy. There's something very sad going on in her life. Very, very sad. And with her husband, I believe the victims. I believe the accusers. That's just my personal opinion. Again, innocent until proven guilty. But when multiple people have the same allegation against you, there's probably some fire where there's smoke. And I don't think that Anne Marie, she might be less than smart, but she's not stupid. And you know who your husband is. You know who you married. And even remember when she gave, and my heart broke. I don't like her, but my heart broke for her when she was saying how, oh yeah, I'll be out. And my husband will be like, I had sex with that woman. I had sex with that woman. I slept with that woman. So when they're DMing, it's totally fine because he's already told me. I was like, what? I wish, what? You're like,
it's insane. It's insane.
Self-esteem is so low. And I mean, in the garbage. Her self-esteem is in the garbage. And I bet you he knew that and he helped to put it there.
Of course.
And my opinion on him, allegedly.
But,
and you know what? Can I just say, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't necessarily get, I'm just saying from my professional background, because I have studied the DSM, which is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders. I don't see that, but I also would need to do an assessment, if that makes sense, to really be able to say what's going on with her. But I will say this, when she talked about she was adopted or whatever, it kind of, I would say, made better sense to me because I worked in child welfare and I know that part of the zoo and I know how it can be so damaging. It is lifelong trauma to, even if you have the best family, like say she got adopted by the best family in the whole world, and the riches and the whatever. It still makes you, at some point, once you know that that's what's up, you wonder who gave me up, why wouldn't they? And you start, it's a whole, what do you call it? Like a black hole that you can go down in with your mind about, am I good enough? Am I this, that, and the third? So I 100% believe that men have studied us all these time. They know what women want. We like luxury. We like to be taken care of, but we're just a little different now because we can get our own money, get educated and whatever else. It's not 1931, just saying. So I do think he saw her coming from a mile away. I also do think that the way she responds, like the way her voice and everything is, she comes across, in my opinion, as that person at school, who actually is on the honor roll and thrives in like someone saying how good of a job she did at something. And it feels like to me that someone has told her, don't you ever let people X, Y, and Z. And so for her, it's a big accomplishment to have this degree that she has, the nurse anesthetist or whatever it is. That's a
Yeah.
big part of her ego. So to me, all I see with her is an ego. It's like my ego is damaged. I also see whenever she came on the TV and said, oh, my husband says I'm an 8.5 or whatever it was, I think like most normal people, we were just like, are you serious right now? She can't be serious. The scary part is she was dead serious about it, right? What
Mm-hmm.
happened is, and I'm not her or her husband, but I can surmise what happened is her husband realized he can keep her under that crazy, this is great. This should be honorable. You should think this is great. Like what she kept saying, I wear it like a badge of honor. He knew that he could fool her. Once she said it
Mm-hmm.
on TV, I promise you they had a conversation because now he looks crazy. Because yeah, they'll look at her and be like, what's wrong with her? But then they're going to start looking at you. And he doesn't want his image to be tampered with. And now he has all these other allegations, right? That start bubbling up. So for him, he's like, no, no, no. You need to go back out there and you need to say, that's not what I said. I didn't say that. I said da 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 da. And so to me, if you watch her movements and what she said when she's not in the show, it started from I'm an 8.5 and I'm killing it. And who cares if you have a 10, whatever in the body and you have a 6 in the brain. And all I could do while I'm sitting there is cringe because I'm thinking, girl, you are the one with the 6 in the brain and you don't know it because this man has told you your value. First of all, you should have a problem with that. Nobody should be able to assign your value. That's what you do for yourself through your accomplishments, through whatever, right? So you've allowed your husband to tell you this is what you are and you feel good about it. Now the last one that I saw, the interview that I saw, she's saying first it was my husband told me this and it was a badge of honor. Then it was like, oh no, he didn't really say that. He
Mm-hmm.
said I was a 10 on this and an 8.5 on that, and da 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 da. And then when she got to the last interview, it was all a joke. We were joking. He wasn't serious. No, girl, you told us 4 months ago or 3 months ago, whenever it was that she came into the show, that it was serious. And you felt very accomplished, like Wonder Woman. That my husband has his esteem. And then she tried to wrap it in. She talks to the camera as if she's talking to people who are unaware, who are not educated or have an ounce of intelligence. Because at the end of the day, yes, men rape people all the time. It is what it is.
Yeah,
But what I'm not going to do is be proud of it.
I think the way I still think the reason why she talks like that is because she's kind of on the spectrum. Like I think the way she comes across is someone who doesn't understand social
Social cues.
cues. Yeah, and that's just how she is. And I think that her having her ego and her value rooted in her job title and her degree is a sign of low self-esteem, because true self-esteem comes from your intrinsic value, who you be, not based on what you do. And the fact that she gets pride out of her accolades is actually a sign of low self-esteem. Go ahead, Adam.
But I'm sorry.
I'm just reading chocolate Chucks' comment.
There's one.
Yes.
If my man told me I'm 8.5, I'm getting a new man.
Correct.
Facts.
But like there is something just not all there, because like even on just even with the outside of the show, with getting like using the terminology clout chaser on the basis that Beverly Hills gets more viewership. I mean,
That's delusion.
I mean, it kind of like I don't know. I thought when Nene Leakes said that whole thing about how Lisa Vanderpump bought the site in West Hollywood of Pump, and told because Nene Leakes made out this whole thing where she asked Lisa Vanderpump for advice about a restaurant, and then Lisa said don't do it, and then Nene claims that's how Lisa bought Pump. I thought that was bad, but like when it got to the stage where you're saying that a doctor is trying to clout chase and get involved, and even though I didn't like Dallas as a series, I liked that the girl Tiffany Moon, and even with what she said it best. The whole idea that to use this as kind of like your capital advantage is just not cool. And like as Candy's has said, there is
Again.
something not all there. I don't know. It's weird.
Hey, Gossip News.
Hey.
Hey, so I want you to share in 1 second because I want to grab Irene's question, and then I want you
Okay.
to share, sweetheart. Okay, so Irene says, Candy, would you do a show about what happened at the Grammys with Jay-Z? I'm interested in what people thought of his speech. Yes, I will, but I'm a little bit of a conspiracy theory person. So I don't want to say exactly what I really think is going on with like the Grammys and Jay-Z and music because it might go a little weird, but I will do my best to cover it. The Grammys
I
and
want to
Taylor
know
Swift and
now.
all that. It's a little conspiracy theory.
Do
It's
I have
very
to have
like
a different subscription? I want to know what Candy thinks about Jay-Z. Because
I
I'm
mean,
not a conspiracy theorist, but I love listening to people who are. But go ahead.
I am like deep in the conspiracy theories, and I just think that the veil is falling. I think a lot of people are going to be dethroned. I think that there is a change of guard,
Oof.
and I think there's a lot going on. So I don't know if I want to go too deep in it because that's also why I didn't well, for a little bit of a different reason, but kind of the same reason. Like I'm not covering any P Diddy, TD Jakes, any of that stuff because it's so triggering for people and it's so dark. I just personally don't want that energy. I want people to come here and like have fun and be light. So, Irene, yes, I will cover it, but I'm not going to get too deep in what I really think is going on because it's really scary. Okay, Gossip News, you go.
I gotta say this. I am just glad that Sutton got first chair for the
Me
first time.
too. Me too.
At this point, Sutton's the main one that is serving. Going after Kyle about her and Mauricio.
Mhm.
Her best friendship with Merce.
Mhm.
And now I can't now I got two sayings that now I can't get out of my head. Erika
Mhm.
saying that Merce is in the purse and name them.
Name them.
That's a
Name
whole
them.
mess. I love it.
Name them. Name them.
Look, and it
Mhm.
worked for me because I'm a Southern Peach person, so now I can say it. Also, I'm
Name them.
finally glad Crystal is checking Anne Marie again.
Mhm.
It feels, and her little dig at Dorit on Instagram killed me.
Mhm.
And this is why I said Crystal is a good housewife, but she doesn't do it on camera.
Yeah, she doesn't clock in enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's either one or two things. It's either she's not clocking in enough or production is doing her dirty. It's one or
I mean,
two.
I mean,
I
Kyle's
mean,
best friends are production, so I guess
It's
that's
both.
possible.
Yeah.
I think it's both
Chanel says
because
it's both. Yeah, it could be both. That's true.
Hmm.
That's true.
remember that clip where she talks to Garcelle and she's saying everyone wants me to yell. We never see that part.
Mhm.
It's
And they
like they're
played that as
cutting
part
out
of like
parts
the
of
trailer.
right. That was the main part of the
Hmm.
trailer, and that never appeared in the episode. In none of the episodes. So it's like you want us to believe that Crystal is not serving us anything, but she does it in her confessionals. She can be very shady in her confessionals.
I mean, I think like with Beverly Hills as a franchise, Kyle and the owners of the production company are more than just kind of your standard typical co-worker. Like the executive producer Alex Baskin has gone on holiday with Kyle and Mauricio and stuff. And as Candy said earlier, Kyle and Crystal are are like are like water and fire. Like they're completely opposites, and only only because of the basis that Crystal is never going to be Kyle's minion. So maybe Kyle is punishing her, but I don't know if I don't know. Maybe that's I think it's a possibility because Kyle and that whole evolution gang is just really weird.
True. But yeah, the lineup is Sutton, Eric, Sutton, Garcelle, and Crystal on the right, and then it's Kyle, Erika, Dorit, and Anna. Everyone says Anne Marie. I call her Annabelle.
It's Anna Marie.
It's
Yes.
8.5.
Or the foot. Yeah. So for
8.5.
everybody who's asking, here's a photo of the reunion seating chart. We have, of course, Andy Cohen, and then beside him is Kyle Richards. Then after Kyle goes Erika, Dorit, and Marie. Then on the other couch, we have Sutton at first chair, then Garcelle, then Crystal. Which I actually think this is one seating chart that completely makes sense. Sometimes the seating charts are kind of like, what? How is this person sitting here or there? But I actually think this one makes sense.
Well, Kyle always sits next to Andy because it's.
I think it's in her contract.
Yeah, her and Giselle Bryant from Potomac have them in their contracts.
True. Because.
But I find it a bit
Gloria
strange.
Says, I'm so into this right now. I love you, Gloria.
Yeah.
And I love you,
Yeah.
Janet. I love you, Irene. Shout out to everybody. Irene, you've been amazing tonight. Gloria, Janet, Miss T, I love you. You've been holding me down. The chat's been great. And the panel, you guys. Love you guys too. Chocolate Chunks! And I love you, Chocolate Chunks. Yes.
Oh, yeah, they did say Kathy was supposed to
Kathy's
show up
coming.
at the reunion.
Mm-hmm.
But
don't you think that Dorit should be across from Garcelle?
Well, I think Erika kind of brings more to the show than Dorit does. In my
But then
opinion,
again,
right. But what I'm saying is they usually kind of line up the people who have problems with each other across from each other.
Yeah,
but
I
guess
but Dorit's not good enough to be closer to the
No, I get that part. I get that part, but I think that they put Dorit there because honestly, she had problems with Garcelle and Crystal the whole season. So I think they're kind of like have her in the right spot maybe. But I was thinking Erika didn't really do anything this season in my opinion. So I don't know.
Erika really
she just was mean to who's that lady? Denise that one time. But other than that, she hasn't really.
Well, Denise came for Erika. Denise had an issue about something that was apologized for 5 years ago at this point.
Yeah, but you can't put a I feel this way. You can't tell someone how to feel about their child being disrespected.
But to bring it up 4 years later, I mean, I wish Denise brought it up earlier, quite frankly.
I agree with you 100%, but everybody doesn't do it in the time frame that we want, right? So it's just kind of like you can't. This is what I always say. I cannot measure or manage other people's trauma. So if I am cool for a year or two, and then I see Erika again, I might roll all the way back to the day she said, "Not children." It's not like they haven't seen a threesome or participate. I have a problem with you. But I also too think that they didn't really, in my opinion, allow Denise to really speak. It felt like a punching match where they pounded that lady, and to the point where she was just like, "I'm good. I don't even want to be here," and she wasn't even in the wrong. So I'm not saying I'm Team Denise, but I'm saying if you say something about my child, you ain't never going to be good with me, not ever. I don't care how many times you say sorry. And every time I see you, you're going to get it. So just expect it on site. I'm sorry. I just got emotional about that. I'm sorry.
I agree with Chanel 100%. I don't have children, but if I did, or like my mother, or like I don't have children, but if I did, there is no statute of limitations of you disrespecting my child or like a mother to me. And I will catch you every single time that I need to catch you until I feel I've caught you enough. Because there are certain things like for example, Erika Jane lost her damn mind when Eileen made an analogy about her grown-ass son who is a police officer. He's 30 years old and Erika's crying and losing her mind because Eileen simply made an analogy like, well, what about your son? Whereas freaking Erika alluded to the fact that Denise's minor daughter was sexually active and having threesomes. I'm going to catch you every single day for that. You're not going to respect my child and then expect no repercussion. That was dead wrong. Dead wrong.
See, I do agree with you on that part, Candy. That I agree on you both on that. That was wrong. How I see it is, yes, Erika was wrong with that. Wrong with that. But we all know Denise was bringing up what the whole season 9. She brought up her fiance's dingling thing. I can't really say the word, so I'm just going to say his package.
News. I'm going to stop you right there, Gossip News. There is zero correlation between an adult woman talking to her adult friends about her adult sex life with her husband to an adult woman saying that a minor daughter is having threesomes.
I'm not.
It's
I'm
apples
not
to
saying.
oranges.
I'm
Apples to
not saying there's a
oranges.
correlation. I'm not saying there's a correlation. I'm
But
just saying.
you said she was bringing it up. What does that happen if if I'm an adult woman and I'm talking about having sex with my husband to my girlfriends? What does that have to do with my girlfriend then talking about my child?
It doesn't. But what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
I mean, like, to me, I thought, that was wrong of Erica to say that, but like there were other incidents where Denise was kind of being like this holier than thou person, and I kind of agreed with what Sutton said, which was
She
that
wasn't. No.
which
That's what. Go
which
ahead. I'm
was
sorry.
when Sutton said, the whole bringing up the insinuation about the threesomes, I thought was wrong, but when Denise was being kind of the holier than thou about no one can mention sex, I like Sutton's thing, which was when she was saying, perhaps when it's an adult party, don't bring the kids there.
I'm in my house and I can do whatever
No.
I want
No,
at my
no, no,
house.
no, 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 no.
See,
Because
That's like
see.
that's like saying
because we're not
that's like saying
watching.
I'm gonna go to Disneyland and
Mhm.
expose myself because if you don't want to see my dingling, don't bring children around. Like, come on, it makes zero sense.
Right.
And we are all
but
no, hold on, because you're making a point that needs to be
no,
talked about.
but I'm just saying we weren't like with what Sutton's point was, though, was that Sutton basically said, if you are going to talk about
No, because this
Aaron
is
and
the
the
thing.
whole time.
No,
But what was Sutton's point then?
I understand you were saying if you're talking about Aaron the whole time, not the kids there, but that doesn't make any sense because that's like saying when Garcelle had her child at her birthday party,
Mhm.
that Erica
Yep.
was justified in cussing him out. No,
If you
she
don't want me to
wasn't.
cuss out your child, then
You don't
don't
want
bring
me
him
to
to your
cuss out your
party. It's like
child and don't
crazy.
have him at your birthday party. Doesn't
Correct.
it doesn't
Exactly.
make any sense. At the end of the day, you behave correctly for the environment that you are in. You
Correct.
are Adam at work versus Adam at home versus Adam with
Mhm.
your family versus Adam with your friends. People are appropriate for the environment with which they are in. And if you are at a party with children and the mother or the host says, "Hey, listen, I get it. We're kikiing, we're laughing, but let's keep it down a bit because the children are right there." How dare you then say this woman's being holier than thou? That makes
Right.
zero sense. If you're at a board meeting in your job and you start cussing somebody out, and your boss says, "Hey, maybe stop cussing people out at our board meeting." Hello.
Mhm. 100%.
People need to behave appropriately for the environment that they're
Yeah,
in.
true,
And if
but
they get
And I
checked for
agree with
being
you.
out of line, it is their fault, not the other person's fault.
Mhm. Yep.
How is it Denise's
And
fault for the
no, I'm
fact
not
that she
saying it's her
said,
fault.
"Hey, wait a minute"?
I'm just saying that Denise also
no,
mentioned later on that she brought up Aaron stuff and what have you, and she
No,
said
this is
her
the
kids
thing.
heard
I mean,
that.
I
You're
She
understand
said her
what
doing
you're.
the
kids heard that
same
part.
thing. You're doing the same thing that the people that were offended is doing, in my opinion. This is my opinion. These people were fans, in my opinion, and not in a negative way, right? So they knew Denise just like I knew Denise. Oh, she's a model. She's this, that, and the third. She was with Charlie Sheen. So because she's with this person over here who has all of this baggage, all of this drugs and whatever else he has going on, we're assuming, meaning they are, that Denise is cool with all of this. She's talked to us about her husband's big schlong on this, that, and the third. She's talked about having threesomes, yada, yada, yada. What Candy is saying is right. She talked about this in the presence of the girlfriends, right? She, in my opinion, Denise, had enough sense to say, you know what? The kids are over there. Let's not. She didn't tell them they were bad, horrible people. She was just saying, just not right now. And then when she brought it up to them, because allegedly her children brought it up to her, then it's like, oh, well, we think you talked about your husband's this, that, and the third, and you said some things at the party. Sure, she did. We're all drinking. You probably are going to say some things at the party, right? But this idea
Right.
that in my opinion, that they've decided that this is the type of person Denise is, just based on who her proximity, who she has in her life, right? So she was married to Charlie Sheen. So she, like Erica, this is what Erica meant when she said that. When she said, "Oh, she's probably seeing worse, or she's probably participating," she meant indirectly, this child's father is Charlie Sheen, and he's a whole hot mess. So I don't know why I can't say X, Y, and Z, because she's the child of Charlie Sheen. I feel wholeheartedly that's the bridge that they were standing on. She held a light to them, and they felt like, this lady is not above us. She's this, that, and the third, and she's not gonna dare tell us that we can't do this. And then they went on a whole campaign to say that she said they were bad parents. She did not say that, not once.
No, I don't
She
think she said they were
said
bad
to
parents. I don't think she
everybody
ever said that.
Exactly.
independently,
I don't think
She
she
did
said to
not.
everyone independently,
No.
"Hey, my daughter and I talked about this. I feel a way. I just, guys, and to me, I think she did it with grace the whole time, because she's better than me. Because I would have went smooth off, and I'm not saying I have to cuss you out or anything like that, but you will get a real good understanding of what Nikki does and doesn't do. That's my real name. I don't play those type of games. They were playing a
Exactly.
mind game on her, and fortunately for her, she was outnumbered. She didn't
Yep.
have enough people. She only had Garcelle, who was actually her friend, in my opinion. She had Rena, who's no one's friend, but she thought was her friend, right?
Yep.
And then she's getting pummeled day after day after day. So by the time, in my opinion, by the time she got to the reunion, the lady was just like, "Lay down. I'm dead.
She
Like,
was
y'all are beating a
tired.
dead horse."
She was tired.
Yeah,
And the thing is, they weren't offended by what Denise
they
said. They
weren't.
used it
They
as
were
an
not.
opportunity to twist
Correct.
it and to use it against her. Because what
Right.
person is going to be like, I feel so offended that you're simply asking me not to talk about sexual acts in front of my children and their friends?
Correct.
What
Yeah.
person is going to be so offended by that and so up in arms and da, da, da. No, it's what they always do. They take something,
Mhm.
they twist it, and they run with it because they want to have something to point at somebody else, so you don't look at them or pay attention to what they're doing. So now let's make the whole storyline about Denise being, this, that, and the third. And Denise is an actress. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like,
Do
hello,
you,
like,
do
are
you think
people
Denise
who
should
kill
come
people
back for
in.
the next season?
I would love it if she came back. She's actually a vibe. To be honest with you, this
I
season, anytime she was there, she was more fun and lively and gave more, good TV than any of the other
Mhm.
women.
I
Even
I like
when she was like all
her.
wasty face at the dinner, that was a vibe.
I I mean I like her. The only thing I would like from her is kind of the last scene that I saw of her and Camille, that was like a proper like long decent scene, um was kind of like a rushed one. I want like her, Camille, and I mean I think Garcelle and Sutton could be a vibe. Possibly Crystal. I mean Crystal, I'm a bit wary when it comes to Crystal because her actions for the two prior seasons were a bit beyond.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you had to get rid of three of this current season's cast members and replace them with Denise and two other people, who would they be, Candy, and why?
Wait, where did Gossip News go?
That's what I
I'm
want to know.
Gossip. I didn't mean to run you off. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I get really hyped. So if I ran you off, I apologize. Come back, okay? I love you,
Me
Gossip
too. I'm
News.
sorry. I
I'm
apologize.
sorry. I apologize. I just get so heated. So if I ran you off, I really deeply apologize. I love you, Gossip News. Please come back.
Because like for me, like I I think
I'm gonna
if
drop
I
the
was
link,
to
Gossip News. If you want to come back, and I'll shut up. I'm so sorry.
it because
I just get so
because you
excited.
obviously all of us will get rid of 8.5. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
No,
Wait,
I
how many
wouldn't. I
people?
wouldn't. I would not.
So which three would you get rid of then?
Yeah, you go first, Chanel.
Yeah, I'm curious. Which three would you get rid of then?
Honestly, I think the cast that we have is good, and this is why. Because we still have Dorit
Oh,
being Dorit, a ding dong, the witch is dead. Only because Dorit still is in that bubble, and I can't. I just want people to wake her up. And I think she'll get more of that the longer she has to be around a brown person. That's just my opinion. And I don't think she's a racist. I'm saying she needs a little more education. She needs a little more shaking around. Plus, no matter what, I still think she's very stylish, and I think she gives a little bit of that. Um, the reason I would keep Anne Marie is because I wholeheartedly feel that Anne Marie woke up. I don't think she's dumb, and I think she woke up and she realized that Kyle set her up and for the okie doke. And I want her to come back and get Kyle and get not. I don't ever want. Let me say this. I don't ever like wish a malicious intent. But what I'm saying is, I want people to come back and give her what she's giving, like put her in her place type of situation. Not be mean, but just put her in her place. Erika is just a wild Kenyan, so we got to have her there because she might say anything. And so I like Sutton, but I don't know. I like Sutton. I'm not sure. I could take her leave Sutton, but I do like her on this show. I like Garcelle. I just need her to have a stylist because she need to fire her whole style team. Crystal, this is very wrong for me to say, but I'm going to say it. I like her there because one, she's intelligent, literally, but also I want the representation. And I'm not an Asian person, but if I was, I would be like, why don't we have more representation? So not that she's representing the whole Asian community, but I like seeing that other people like her can see that they, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I feel like it's a good cast. Plus, nobody outside of Kyle, well, and Erika, I don't necessarily think, I think of all of those people, Kyle and Erika are the two most malicious people, like mean spirited, mean girls. So you kind of need them there. And I know that sounds terrible, but you do kind of need them there. Otherwise, we're going to have a whole love fest and it's not going to be fun. We need somebody to hate or somebody to dislike. That's all. But that's the reason that I say I would leave it, personally.
Okay, and Candy, what's your take? If you would you get because I would happily get rid of 3 cast members right now.
I think, okay, let's go through each person. I think Kyle needs a pause. I just think in her, like, Kiki reality TV aside, I think she just needs a minute. I think she needs, like, recollect herself, figure some stuff out. I think she just needs a beat. So let's put her on a pause at least. Because I just think in real life, she needs to just chill for a second. Erika, honestly, I need Erika gone too. I'm tired of looking at her face. Even though I do think she's a vibe when she's the trio with Sutton and Garcelle, I'm just too disgusted by how she's treated the victims. And it's hard for me to suspend my belief because yes, I know all these people are just regular human beings, but when I watch a show like a Beverly Hills or a reality show, I want to suspend belief and be like, I want to be one of these women's friends and hang out and kiki. But when you realize that they're doing such evil stuff, I don't want to compartmentalize that anymore. I don't want to sacrifice my own morality because I want to spend an hour laughing with people who are evil. So Erika needs to go. Ding Dong Dorit can go. She seems really sad to me. She doesn't have a storyline. She needs to figure out her situation. She needs to go ahead, get divorced from PK, find her the hotter, younger, richer version of him, and continue to be a little ding dong in her bubble and leave us alone. I think she should start TikTok. I think she would do great on TikTok. That's where I think she belongs. Anna Marie, she can go. You squandered your chance. She needs to go get some deep therapy. She needs to find a good divorce lawyer, and she needs to really work on her own self-love and self-esteem and figure out why she's in a marriage with someone who has these accusations and she thinks that's okay. So she needs to do some real serious help with that. Because I used to, not like her, not as far as deep as her, but I used to be very codependent. And I realized I had low self-esteem because I got my worth and value out of what I did. You know, if I achieved something, got something, then I felt worthy, then I felt lovable, but that's low self-esteem. And then I had to work through it. And I finally got real self-esteem, which was like, I don't got to do a damn thing simply because I exist. I'm worthy and I'm enough. And it is what it is. I am not a label. I am not anything. I'm me. And that is more than enough. And I want Anna Marie to get to that place in her life because right now I think she's very, very sad and I don't think she loves herself. Sutton, if next season Sutton's going to come and be happier, I don't want to hear about this because the problem with Sutton is I like Sutton, but I don't believe her. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe her. I don't
In
believe.
what sense?
I'm about to
Yeah,
break.
what do you mean by that?
I don't believe for 1 second that she is as, and I hate to side with Kyle, but I do think Kyle was spilling the tea when I don't think that Sutton is as affected by or still as sad about her divorce as she is pretending to be on the show. Do I think it was very devastating? Do I think it was really hard? Do I think that it was tough for her? 100%. But I do think she's playing it up a bit
But why is that? Why is she playing it up a bit?
because she needs storyline. She needs storyline. She needs likability. She needs something to root for. She needs arc. And at the end of the day, I love her. I am rooting for her and I'm totally here for it. But I just think it's a little suspicious that this never came up before. And now all of a sudden she's like, feminist, hear me roar. And I'm like, what? Where did that come from? So, do I think she still has trauma from the divorce? Yeah, because trauma comes in waves, healing comes in waves, and all of that stuff. But I do think Kyle, even though she was dead wrong, but I do think Kyle was still correct. And this is what they all do because as we know, reality TV isn't actually reality. They get together, they talk about what's going to be the storylines, what's going to be the arc, who's going to have the trip, well, why is the trip? She is breaking the fourth wall. I don't think that what Kyle said wasn't true. I just think it was dirty of her to say it. It's like a betrayal. You know what I'm saying? Because the truth is, what Sutton did with the trip and the Ashes and her husband, that's what they all do. They've been doing that for years because they all get together. Even like the Bermuda trip in Salt Lake City, we're gonna go for Monica's birthday and blah blah blah, and like this trip and that trip. That's just called scheduling. That's called producing. So of course they get together and they figure out, why are we going to places? Who are we gonna meet? What is the storyline? What's the hook? That's just storytelling.
Yes.
The problem with it is that Kyle did it because she thought she was exposing Sutton or bringing down Sutton or calling her fake or whatever. When the truth is, she's just saying what they've always done, including you, Kyle. Because Kyle basically came out here and said the whole show is fake. I don't know these hoes. I don't talk to them outside of filming. And Sutton's making stuff up. But guess what? You guys all make stuff up. It's how you produce
100%.
the show. That's literally called produce. That's why you have producers. That's why they're called storylines. Duh. So I don't think Sutton is doing anything wrong. She's not.
Mhm.
She's playing the game the way it should be played. But I don't believe she is as upset as she is portraying herself to be. So next season, I just want that confident, fun Sutton to come back. I want to see her with the horses. I want to see her sipping champagne, with like what was her name? Tilly, whatever her friend name is.
Jennifer Tilly.
Jennifer Tilly. I want to see her having fun, spending her coins, having her cashmere collection, flying to Paris to try on Dior. Like, I'm here for that. I want that Sutton back. I don't think she needs to try so hard because I think she herself is already a vibe. I do want Garcelle to come back, but I need Garcelle to one of two things: either work on herself while she's gone, because I do think she's sad and lonely, and I understand that. I think, like we were saying before, there in life there are peaks and valleys, and there are times where you go through
Yes.
moments of loneliness, and I think everybody can identify with that, and that's okay. But you need to do one of two things, Garcelle. You need to either really let us in on your loneliness so we can root for you and understand it and not use your children for cover, because this entire season was all about her kids, and I'm not watching the Beverly Hills Housewives to talk about their children. I'm sorry, I'm not.
100%.
I want to know their life. So she needs to let us in more. The most she let us in was in Barcelona when she admitted, she's like, you know what, I am lonely. And I have been living my life because of my abandonment issues and with what happened with my father and how my husband, who I thought was this dream man, betrayed me. That to me was believable. I believed what Garcelle said way more than I believed what Sutton said. Not that Sutton's bad, but she's showing up, she's
Yeah.
talking, and she's doing her job, which is fine. But that to me was the most authentic and real Garcelle had been the entire season. And I was like, see, that's what it is. And I would rather her either show up in her full vulnerability and let us in on that side of her life next season, or work through that stuff and come back swinging come back, that girl again, come back with that shine in your face again. So I want her to come back, but I need her to come back a little bit more honest or a little bit more healed, because that's the problem. The show is full of women who are in crisis. And
Can I ask you a question about that?
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead.
So, just my opinion is,
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with the Sutton thing.
No, that's okay.
I'm the old married lady, and I know marriage is not always, rainbows and whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I do think she has a lot of trauma, but I also think it's because Sutton isn't, in my opinion, Sutton has never been her own person. She is confident in terms of, this is what I'll say about her. She's very much aligned with Anne Marie in her thinking of, I know I'm smart. I've been able to achieve blah, blah, blah. But then once her husband told her, sit down, because of the toxic conditioning that we have in this country and otherwise, of stay with your man, no matter how he treats you, that type of stuff, Sutton stayed. And then she started to believe, I think on some level believed whatever her husband told her, and then she got out of that bubble and came out in the sunshine, and it's like, oh, I remember being smart. I remember having an opinion. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with Anne Marie. And I think that's kind of what Anne Marie is going through right now, where it's like, wait a minute, this man told me I was this and I believed it. And then the rest of the world is looking at her saying, you're crazy. Why would the hell? So it caused them, like Sutton too, to kind of say, well, wait a minute. Well, are you sure? Because the rest of the world can't always be wrong. So that's one thing about Sutton. I just do think she's authentically herself, but I think she is afraid. She's still looking for, because she keeps saying it on the show, she's still looking for someone to approve of her and say she's great. And I think it has something to do with her father and her mother not having the greatest relationship, and then he's gone, because she talks about that a lot. And I think she probably looked into this guy that she was married to for that. He didn't give it to her. He gave her everything except that. She, to me, was the realest when she said, when I was married, that's when I was the most lonely. When she told, I think Anne Marie that, or somebody had said, you're lonely and whatever. I thought that was really honest, because a lot of people don't say that. But regarding, it was somebody I was going to ask you about. You said Sutton. You said one other person. It was another person I was going to ask you about.
You said
Garcelle. Oh, with Garcelle. I find it interesting, your assessment of her. But this is the thing for me. I'm kind of like, I understand, and I don't know that this was Garcelle's intention, but I do understand that we live in a very microwave popcorn world, right? So one minute you get into this new show that you've never been a part of because you're an actual actress or whatever else, right? And you dip your foot over here into this almost like forbidden tank that celebrities think, oh, if you do that, then you're nobody kind of thing, or your life's over, your world's over, whatever. I don't know that. I think I would have had the same approach that Garcelle had, which is, I'm the first Black woman on this show, which shouldn't be a feat, but it is. I'm the first Black woman on this show. I have to, even though she knows she shouldn't have to, she has the whole world watching. She has to not be that ghetto, Black, angry, whatever it is that people want to make out to Black women to be, right? Or assume that we're going to be. So she has that on her shoulders, knowingly or unknowingly, but I think she knew about it. And I don't know if this is going to last, because just like with Anne Marie, she came on here, I can guarantee you with the utmost confidence, I'm this, I'm that, and the third. I live in the same neighborhood with Kyle. Kyle's my quote unquote friend. I'm going to be fine, right? I think Garcelle has some reservations about giving you that authenticity that you're talking about, like letting the world into her life in that way, before she kind of felt a little more comfortable with it. It's kind of like having sex. It's like, I don't know, can you put the whole thing? I don't know. Just slowly kind of thing. That's all I'm saying.
But I feel like
she doesn't know.
I think these two different conversations, though. Like, one thing is her understanding that she has to be, unfortunately, she does have to sort of handle herself a different way, because she doesn't want to step into those stereotypes of like the angry Black woman or ghetto or whatever, but she's none of those things. And she's been having those very important conversations on the show, particularly with Kyle and particularly with Dorit. So she has been having those conversations like, don't say that I'm attacking you. Don't say I don't pay my bills. Don't say this and this, because this is what it means as a Black woman in this world. But I think that's very different than her actually just showing who she is, because she's not ghetto. She's not angry. She's not any of those things. What I'm referring to is, instead of her having all of these scenes with her son and his girlfriend, I would prefer Garcelle to have scenes with her girlfriends talking about her life. Why is she dating, or why is she not dating? How is her day going? What's going on in her life? So instead of having every single scene be about, her twin sons and the girlfriend, those scenes should be with Garcelle and either another cast member and a friend, or her friends herself. The way she came on the show, I want her to keep that energy, because she came on the show with her group of friends. She came on
That annoyed me though.
with Cherie, who was Will Smith's ex. No, I did it. That didn't annoy me. I think that
No,
was
I
great.
wasn't annoyed by Cherie or the lady that you're talking about. I actually liked her.
Yeah.
Let me say this, because it's not anyone in particular, but for me, the reason I didn't like that is because I just don't want people to go on. I wouldn't. It's me, one of me from others. I wouldn't go on TV to seem like, and I know this is not what you're saying, but the way I felt is like I'm this desperate lady who needs a man, and I despise that, and I know I shouldn't, because Garcelle is different than me. I would not be on a TV show talking about I need a man. I'm not that girl. First of all, he need me. That's the way I see it. So I just have a very different outlook. I don't have love for thing clearly.
No,
but I'm just saying
I agree with that.
That's why I didn't want her to do that. Like, I get what you're
Right.
saying, but that's the only reason I didn't want her to do that.
Candy.
Right, but that's not what I'm saying, because what I'm saying, because I agree with you, like, about the whole, like, you don't need to be desperate and want a man. What I'm saying is that I just want Garcelle to share more of her truth, because she did say, she was like, I'm willing to wait. I want to wait for the right person. So I want more like, basically everything she said at the Barcelona thing, I want her to live out on the show. Why are you not dating? Why are you dating? What are your priorities? What's going on? Like how Sutton is like, oh my God, I'm going on all these dates. And then Garcelle's like, and Sutton shaded the hell out of her, because Garcelle was like, you can't get a second date. And Sutton was like, well, you can't get a first one.
A first date, right?
You see what I'm saying? So like
Right.
that type of vibe, not because to me, Garcelle is not desperate. She's not needy. She's not up here saying, I need a man or anything. She's saying, listen, I've had this trauma in my life. I had a father who left me. I had a husband who cheated. And so I have been living my life from this lens of abandonment, because she said, this is her words. This is what she said in the last episode. And she did talk about feeling lonely and wanting to find love, but being willing to wait to get to the right person. And to me, that's the story I want to hear. If I am a single woman who is beautiful and all of these things, but for whatever reason, it's not working out in my love department, or whatever the case is, I would love to have a woman who's on TV and is like, look, I'm willing to wait. My worth isn't in whether I have a man. And these are the reasons why I'm willing to wait. And these are the things I'm doing instead. This is what I'm doing. To me, that's what I would love to see, rather than her just talking about her son and being scared that her 15-year-old son is going to knock up his 15-year-old girlfriend. I don't want to look at two high schoolers on FaceTime in bed together.
But that's not what we're watching the show for, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see Garcelle as Garcelle, because she's
we've never
fabulous.
That's true. But I would just say that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say we want to see more. I get it that I'm not saying that you shouldn't show your family or whatever, but I kind of understand what. Aside from seeing the son and the son's girlfriend, we want to see Garcelle and her life in terms of, like, is she going to date a person, or is she going to, or even if she brought Sutton and just talked about things instead of, none of. I kind of feel that with Garcelle, as Caddy said, there is just that element that's kind of missing. And
yeah.
The only reason I don't hate the sons being on the show, and I get what you're saying, I do understand it is an adult show and it's an escape for a lot of people, and you do want to see other things. I fully understand that, but the only reason I don't necessarily hate it so much is because I do think that there are people out there that are teenagers that are watching this show, and we've never seen that I've seen on a reality show that I've ever watched boys like that. Like, we can all say, oh yeah, that's mommy's little mini me, and she goes to go shopping and this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know that you would have that, and I could be wrong because I don't know you from campaign, but I don't know that we would have that same response if Kyle was shopping with her girls, or Kyle was talking to Portia about boys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think we would have the same outlook. It would just kind of be like, that's what mothers do. But because it's boys, it's just a little bit different. But I do think it's a little too far. The whole watching them go on a date and they're in a bed together. Now that to me is a little much. But I don't hate her parenting them and that type of thing. I think that's actually good. I personally do.
And
But
Candy, what's your take on Crystal and the future of her coming back to the show? Because
Okay.
Crystal's a lot.
Mm-hmm. So I'll give my take on Crystal, but just what last thing about Garcelle. I don't think it's necessarily that she's doing it with boys, because like we have like Toya and her boys on Married to Medicine and all of that stuff. And I think for me, it's not that she's showing her children, it's the amount. Because she shows her children, like Kyle also shows Portia and her kids, but it's not the entire season storyline. They pop up every now and then in different scenes. So for me, I don't mind Garcelle parenting her sons and having the sons. To me, it was more about the quantity. It was just too much. Not that I don't want her to do it at all, but it was just too much. And for Crystal, I honestly, we could let Crystal go at this point, because she has her moments where she pops off or she does whatever and she shows up. But I feel like she's gotten a chance enough to prove her place. I wouldn't mind her being demoted to a friend of, because that's basically what she is now. She's like a Kiki on Miami to me. You know what I mean? So to me, Crystal pretty much is a friend of now. So she might as well just be a friend of. I wouldn't mind her being demoted to friend of and bring somebody else in. What do you guys think?
Because for
I
me,
agree 100% with that.
For me, kind of like out of this cast,
yeah,
the three that I said I would get rid of is 8.5, Fatboy Kemsley's wife, or soon to be ex-wife, probably at this rate.
Oh my God.
Hi, Natasha. Keep going.
And Crystal. Because I just don't think with Crystal we've ever got really much honesty. You know, as Candy says, she has her moments where she kind of spells it out. You know, about the whole thing she did with 8.5 and what have you. But in terms of in terms of her, like, you know, making out that Sutton, you know, this insinuation that Sutton was a racist for 2 seasons in a row, something very dark, you know, and what have you. And Janet put in the comments about this whole thing, having the second biggest coconut water company.
Yeah.
And that is just not true. If she had the second biggest coconut water company in the world, she would be a billionaire.
Ooh.
I don't think she has it in the world. I think she said in the US.
And you know, because Vita Coco, the one that Rihanna endorses all the time, they don't make small change. They make mega money. and you know, I just don't think there's much honesty. And with her, I just feel that it's always kind of like a facade. And you know, there are some people that, you know, marry famous people and what have you, but I kind of don't see her as a person who kind of stands out to me just on it. With what we know of her, I kind of just see her as someone who married well.
I think Crystal is just, I think it's part of her. I could be wrong about this because I don't really know any Chinese people, but I think even so, I think it's part of her culture. I personally think, and I do think it's part of her personality. Crystal's the fun girl, but she's not the fun in the traditional one, the way that we want to see the fun girl. I feel like Crystal is more reserved, but I think that's her personality. The biggest part of one of her personalities is I'm going to sit back and watch. I think she's just more analytical, and then Crystal only talks. To me, she's more like a man. You know, it's like I come in the room. I have children, right? Me and my husband have children. I come in the room and I tell my kids, you need to clean up this room. When I get back from the store, it should be clean, right? My husband could go in and say the same exact thing. But when I come home, and I'm just saying, I'm not all females, I'm just saying me, and what I think of certain females and how they would respond, I would respond with, why are their clothes still on the floor? Didn't I tell you to get the this, that, and the third? I would go into all of, why didn't you vacuum? My husband wouldn't do that. He would come in, he would be Crystal. I said, clean the room up. If you don't do it, you're going to be on punishment. He doesn't need all the extra. I'm going to go down the list of all of the things that I. So to me, Crystal is more like the man. She's only, in my opinion, going to say what she feels is necessary to say. She's not like me where I'm going to overtalk and do this. She doesn't. I don't think it's part of her personality. I think what we see is not very entertaining because we like the people on the show that have bigger personalities, do have something to say. But I do think when she says something, just like what she said with Anne Marie, she's on point. She's right. She wasn't wrong. She was 100% right. And also, I do think she was right about Sutton. I don't think Sutton is a racist. But I think Crystal
No.
telling Sutton, basically she was educating her in a not so nice way, but I get it. She checked her. She was just like, you cannot sit up here and say you don't see color. Sutton's demographic and the people that grew up around her during that time, that's what they were taught. I'm not mad at Sutton because she thinks that's what she should say. What Sutton was trying to say is, I see us all as equal. But what Sutton didn't realize is we're not all equal. And that's just a fact. And that's what Crystal was saying.
Yeah, but in the second season, she made it out that Sutton was a racist again by saying that
I
she
don't
said
think
something.
so. I don't think so. This is what happened.
She gave no clarity to what she said.
Right, but let me just say this. I'm just going to say, I do think anytime you're talking about an ism, right, a racism, sexism, or whatever the ism is, it's usually taboo. And it's usually a population of people who are benefiting, the people that are in privilege, and a subset of people who are not benefiting, the people that are being stepped on or whatever the case may be. So if you're not a person of color, and I don't know if you are or you aren't, certain things collectively as people of color, we all have a collective unconsciousness. When we see something happen to a brown person, if you're brown on TV, we all collectively think the same thing on some level. I'm not saying exactly the same thing, but we all are kind of like, okay, well, that's not shocking. You know what I'm saying? And I think, this is my personal opinion, I think whatever Sutton said to Crystal that Sutton felt was dark. We don't live in a vacuum, right? So it's very subjective. What I might think is racially terrible to say, somebody else that's brown may not think at all that way, right? Because it's also where you grew up, you know, what you're exposed to, what you're not exposed to. So whatever Sutton may have said, I don't think it was malicious.
But
I think she
Chanel,
said
we know what she
something.
said. We know what she
What did
said.
she say? What did she say?
So this is the thing. This is
Oh,
no,
about the
I
girl in the pool or whatever?
yeah, like this is what I think happened. Crystal got put into a corner where people were like, what is your problem? What's going on with Sutton? And I think she had her back to the wall and she was like, oh, she said something very dark. And so she said that to get out of the corner. And then so all of a sudden it was Sutton saying how she was so happy to see how her daughter was playing in a pool with, you know, different religions and races. That's not dark. That's like a rainbow bright moment. I think Crystal was just in the corner at that time. She was felt cornered. So she's like, oh, she said something dark. Whereas I think I think Crystal gets tongue tied, and then sometimes she doesn't know what to say. Like for example, a couple episodes ago, when they were at her house for Taco Tuesday, and Crystal went back to Sutton and said that Dorit said she puts vodka in her coffee, which is true. Dorit 100% said that. When Crystal came back with the bone, she came back correct. But then when Dorit at Taco Tuesday was like, well, Crystal, what did you say? And Crystal got kind of flustered and she was like, well, I don't want to get this wrong. Like she was like all flustered.
Because
and then Dorit was like, yeah,
her.
blah, blah, blah. And so I think that Crystal in general, yes, at times she can come back quick, but I think that she kind of fumbles in the moment with certain types of conflict. And then she puts her foot in her mouth because Sutton, come on, I don't think Sutton's racist. I don't even think Sutton lives in a bubble. And I don't think Sutton said anything dark. And we also have to remember Sutton is like almost 60, 50s. And I think that generation, when they said, I think she's in her 50s, right? She's a little younger than Kyle.
50.
No, I think she's like 52.
52, yes.
Yeah, she's a little younger.
That's what I mean, like early 50s. That's what I mean.
Correct.
Yeah, but that generation, when they say I don't see color, that was a part of a whole like campaign. So people of that generation, when they say we don't see color, that's what they were taught to say to mean I'm not racist. So when she said this is true. So when she says I don't see color, what she's trying to say is no, like I'm you know, I'm not like that. Even though if somebody says it now, it's like, oh, wait a minute, then you don't see me, and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, there comes a point where if we're going to make progress when it comes to any of the isms, there has to be some grace and some understanding and just some common sense. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
Sutton said,
I
you
agree
know what
with
I'm
part of
saying?
I agree with part of what you're saying, but I disagree in this way.
Okay.
I think just like Garcelle when she was sitting on that couch, I probably would have said it differently because I am who I am
Yeah.
to Dorit. But when Garcelle said, you know, it's not my job to teach you or to educate you or whatever, I did think that was for me. I wouldn't have said that, but I agreed with her. But
Mhm.
the reason I wouldn't have said it is because I don't believe that Dorit said that consciously, thinking I don't like her or she's black or whatever. I don't think that at all because I don't think Sutton's a racist. I don't think any of them are. But this is the problem that I have. Just like Garcelle saying, I'm not here to educate you. You are 40 something years old. I don't know how old Dorit is, but I'm assuming she's knocking at 50. At 50 years old, you say you're the child of the world, you should know better. You speak
Yeah.
4 languages and whatever else. Here's the thing, you're right. We do have to show grace. But in my opinion, I wrote a whole paper about this. I'm tired of having to either give you a chance, tell you about it, excuse it, ignore it, whatever else. And I'm not even going to get deep into it, but I'm just saying it's annoying because I'm like, you're older than me, lady. You're 30 years older than me. Why do I still have to tell you about what's inappropriate? I don't think you should jump down people's throats, especially if it's a sensitive subject, because they don't know. I actually talked about
Right.
this at work today. I'm like, people are confused. They're like, you have it in your rap music, but I can't say it. No, you can't say it.
No, you can't
But
say it. Yeah.
it is confusing. And I would leave the floor open to say, if someone said, well, I don't really understand why, or this seems hypocritical to me, or it seems like a double standard, I get it. But that's why I was saying with the Crystal situation, we don't live in a vacuum. So for Crystal, it may have come across as dark. I do think she felt painted in the corner because I didn't expect Garcelle to ask her that. And I think she got caught off guard and she was like, oh, shit. Well, she said
Yeah.
some more things. But that being said, me and you, Candy, could get the same exact comment said to us, same time, whatever. We could have even very, very similar personalities and really believe things differently. Meaning, it could have offended you and not offended me at all. And we're both brown people, right? So it's sort of like Crystal trying to justify it or explain it. She was never going to justify it and explain it. Why? Because she was caught in a bag. Because she couldn't say
Exactly.
that. No, but
Exactly.
here's what I'm saying. She couldn't say it wouldn't have mattered what she said. Because if she would have said something that you don't think is dark, or that Andy, I don't know his name, or that Andy doesn't feel it's dark, or Chris, or whomever, if 10 people didn't feel it was dark, then it wasn't dark. But that's not true. Because I'm offended by one thing,
Mm,
you may not be offended by it. I'm not saying
I think
that
I
what
think I think that as a principle, yeah, of course, people based on their own experience, based on who they are, receive different things differently. Yes, of course. But
but the
in the
only reason they
but in
wanted
but
her
in
to say
this
a
but
word
in
or a
this particular
phrase,
no, but
go
in
ahead, I'm
this
sorry.
particular no, it's okay. But in this particular situation with Crystal, she only said she said something dark because she was backed in a corner. I don't think that Crystal herself actually thought Sutton said anything dark. She was just trying to get out of it. Obviously, people experience things differently. And the situation with Sutton and Crystal is very different than the situation with Garcelle and Dorit. Like Garcelle said, Dorit has a pattern and a history
I
of
agree with that.
clear racial microaggressions against her specifically. The
Yeah,
tone she
I
uses with
agree.
her, how she treats her, saying, "Oh, well, I love brown people, we hire
We have them
them. Oh,
working in our home.
my mom has a best black friend," things like that.
Right.
The way she speaks to her tone is very different. So the Garcelle and Dorit situation is a documented history of someone treating her very differently, very condescendingly, and using
Mm-hmm.
legitimate racial microaggressions. Where Sutton and Crystal, they were just a bunch of they were just drunk in the kitchen talking about stuff, and then all of a sudden it kind of spiraled. And I think Crystal got caught in her own web, and she didn't know how to get out of it. Like what
I think
happened,
that's
it like
true.
happened in the room when Sutton
The
came and
code.
knocked on the door and gave her
Mm-hmm.
the jacket. Then all of a sudden, oh my God, you're violating me. And it's like, no,
Mm-hmm.
you can say, okay, I felt violated. Sure, I'm not going to knock your feelings. How you feel is
Mm-hmm.
valid, but feelings are not facts. So there's a difference between Sutton intentionally trying to violate you versus this experience made me feel violated. They're two completely different
I
things.
agree.
And again, I think Crystal, when she gets caught, I think that she felt more embarrassed. And instead of just saying, you know what, I kind of overreacted, I'm a little embarrassed by this, or I misspoke, she doubled downs on it because she doesn't know how to get out of it. And I
think
think that's
too.
really what happened between her and Sutton. I don't think that for any minute Crystal actually was offended on a racial level against Sutton Strack. I don't think so. I think she just got caught up in stuff. She
I agree with
overreacted
Candy.
and she got embarrassed. She
I
got
think
herself in a
that's true.
corner, and that was the way she tried to get out of it.
I
Because
do
there
agree with you,
are
but I think
real
that
sessions when people say things, and whether they intend to or not, you feel some type of way about it. 100%. That happens all the time. But I don't think that's what happened with Crystal in this particular moment, just given how everything played out.
I think the reason people, in my opinion, that people could agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, and I agree with some of what you're saying, is because of all. It's like the totality of it, right? So it's sort of like, oh, you're over here telling Sutton what is the word that she is? She violated you, or whatever the case may be. Everyone in that
Yeah.
group, and I think a lot of people watching the show thought, oh my God, that's so harsh. And like Crystal said, everybody went around for a whole year trying to police my feelings. I think that's the way they felt, and therefore you should feel this way. I didn't feel it, just like what you were just saying. I think that word is, I don't know if she could, and you're right. She could have just said to Sutton, I didn't feel violated, but that's the way she felt. And I don't think anybody can tell you to reuse the word, but they wanted her to reuse the word because they wouldn't have felt that way. Because all of them
No,
said,
that's
that's
not
too
what happened.
harsh.
No, that's not true, though. That's not true. Because when they all got together around the dinner table and they were all talking about it, they said, well, and they said Sutton never had the intent to violate you. They never
That
said,
doesn't mean I can't be
no,
violated, though.
that's what you said is exactly my point. They never said to Crystal, you shouldn't feel violated. Their point was Sutton's intent was not to violate you. And that's where Crystal messed up, because she couldn't take a step back and say, you know what, in this situation, for whatever reason, I felt violated, but I can see and understand that it was her intention not to violate me. She just came, she knocked on the door, dropped off the thing, and like peeked away. So you're proving my point. The women
No.
never told Crystal that her feelings were invalid. The women just said, Crystal, Sutton wasn't trying to violate you. And
I agree with
that's where
part,
the breakdown had. And then Crystal came
that's
back
not.
being like, you guys didn't make a safe space for me and you didn't validate my
Mm,
feelings. Well, you're an adult. Validate your own feelings. You
but
can
see, I
just
think
say,
that.
this is how I feel, point blank, period. Like for me,
But that's the thing.
if somebody does something to me and I feel violated, I will say I feel violated. But I have enough emotional intelligence to assess the situation of, did this person intend to violate me? Or was this a non-intentional violation? It doesn't negate how I feel. But I also understand that my feelings are not facts. And that is what the women were trying to say to Crystal.
But I
Is
don't
that
believe
we
that.
understand. That's what
Mm-mm.
happened on the show.
No, but hear me
You
out
don't
though.
gotta
Just hear me
believe
out.
it. That's what happened on the
No.
go back and watch.
I know.
That is what
I've
happened
watched it.
on the show. So
I
it's not
watched
me
it. What
saying
I'm
this.
saying.
That's
No.
what they said on the
That's not
show.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is this: we're all human, right? And regardless if your feelings are true or not, or whatever, they're not facts, this, that, and the third. Whatever my experience is my experience. So for Crystal, that is the experience that she had. Whether or not what's her name? Sutton meant to do it or not doesn't negate how I feel. And for me to sit at a table with
You're
people
literally
who are
you're
all,
literally
hold on,
repeating what
let
I
me
just
finish
said.
it. But let me finish it. For me to sit at a table with a whole group of people who are all female, and I'm saying to you, I have body image issues. I have an eating disorder. This is for me traumatic. It isn't traumatic to them. If it was, if they felt the same way she felt, they would have understood it. This is not how I would have said this happened. I wouldn't have said Sutton violated me, but I'm not Crystal with body image issues. I'm not Crystal who's been had an eating disorder since she was 9 or 10 or whatever it was. She and her mind thinks very differently than everybody else's mind. I can't say to you that if this happened to me, I wouldn't have acted that way because you don't know. That didn't happen to you. You can theorize and say, I had plenty of people, like what Kyle say. I've been in plenty of rooms with my girlfriends. I didn't have a bra on or whatever. I didn't feel violated. But that's you, Kyle. Maybe I felt the way that I felt about not seeing, showing everybody my body on whatever girls trip or whatever it is, because I've been, I won't say the word essayed, or other things have happened to me. All I'm saying is this: it is the ultimate gaslighting to say to someone, you can't feel that way. Because when I sat at that table, that's what Kyle said. You can't say that. You can't say that. You need to change the word. And Crystal said the next year, she said, y'all all rallied And y'all all told me you wanted to police my feelings. You wanted to tell me I didn't use the right word. Because Crystal said, Kyle, you said to me, you shouldn't use the word. You should say that was rude for her to walk in. It isn't rude. That's not how I felt. And so for anyone to try to silence me, not me personally, but I'm just saying, for anybody to go against Crystal and say, that isn't right, you can't say that, I think it's wrong. You can't tell someone how to feel. Now, the part that I do agree with, I
Okay,
do
well,
think you could have a conversation with Sutton later.
before that though, because you
Go
we're
ahead and gather
basic
me
we're
together. Come on, Candy Cane.
no,
Come
it's
on.
okay. No, because we're repeating each other. We're saying the same exact thing. The only part where we're not is the women at the table weren't really saying to Crystal, you can't feel that way. The reason why they were honing in on the word is because you have to think bigger than this. Crystal was going on and saying that Sutton was a racist and that she violated her. In this world, those are very big words to accuse somebody of, especially somebody who is on a reality TV show or in the public space at all. Those are cancel culture words. Those are words that will get you fired. Those are words that will get your business taken away. Those are words that will get you trolled online. The reason why the women were drilling down on the word choice is because your words matter. There is a difference between saying you violated me versus what you did was rude towards me. There is a difference, especially in the world we live in. So the reason why the women was saying that is if on a public platform you are going to say that Sutton violated you, you need to correct that word. There's no problem with saying I felt violated. But when you say she violated me, which is what Crystal was saying, that is where the problem is. That's
It's
why
not
they were
though.
being, that's why it is a
Let
problem.
me tell you why
That
it's
is
not.
why,
Because
yes, it is.
Sutton walked into the
No,
room and
hold
her
up,
door was
hold up, hold
closed.
up, hold up.
That's a violation to
Hold
Crystal.
up.
I'm naked. If you
No.
walk in, that's a violation to me. If Crystal was a man, I'm
But
not
this is
Crystal. If Sutton was a man and Crystal
I
was
would
naked there,
if I would feel
what I'm saying is
I
I
would
don't
feel the
believe the
same
rest of the
exact
world
way
would have.
because Sutton did
I don't.
not go into her room knowing she was naked or with any malintent, and she's
Right.
not a man and they
We
are
agree
on a
with
girls
that.
trip. So context does matter. And there is a difference between saying what you did to me made me feel violated. That is okay. She said she violated me. That is intent. And that matters even in our court of law. In our court
No.
of law, intent matters. And when you're talking about being on a public platform and the world that we live in, when you say she violated me, that has consequences way more than saying I felt violated. Because the truth is, Crystal felt violated. That is okay. Nobody is negating her feelings. Was the intent for Sutton to violate her there? Absolutely not. And it matters in our world. People have been canceled for a lot less. So
I
that
don't
is
have
why
to
the
prove.
women were being very specific about the word choice that you use, because word choice definitely
And
matters. And Crystal was also coming after Sutton, calling her a racist. You don't see color. You're seeing things are dark, that you violated me. Those are really big words that have consequences in real life. They do.
you're right, but I
They
also
do.
think Crystal didn't pull it out of the air. Sutton said out of her mouth what she said, which is why Crystal checked her. That is, I would have said the same exact
She said
thing.
I don't see
I would have.
color. This is the thing. If somebody said that to me, I would laugh. I'd be like, "Oh my god, what generation are you from?" Like, because
Great,
I think anybody with
but
half
that's
of a
like
brain,
no.
and Crystal has a lot of brains. She's very educated. Would know that when somebody says that, what they mean
Okay.
is I'm not racist.
Guess what? You just said words matter, right? So let me correct you right here, right now, Sutton, because your words matter. You standing here and telling me that you don't see color is like I said the other day. It's like telling my
There's a
husband
very different
you can't see that
but
he's a
it's but
man.
it's
You
but it's
can.
very
It's
but it's
dismissive, and I
right.
need to let you know that it's
But there's
dismissive.
two
The
different
problem
things.
is
But
we keep letting
no, no,
people
no, no, no.
go.
No, that's not the problem. The problem is if you're going to take it upon yourself to have a teachable moment with someone, because Garcelle was like, I'm not here to teach you, whatever. But if Sutton, you want to have a teachable moment with someone, again, words do matter. There's a difference between saying, hey, Sutton, you just said you don't see color. I know what you meant, but let me just tell you how that feels as a person of color, what it means today. You know, let me just talk to you about what that happens if you want to have this alleged teachable moment versus, oh, you're that girl who doesn't see color. I know girls like you. You're this, you're that. Those are two completely different things.
So let
Crystal
me
did not say,
completely ignore how I
Crystal
feel,
did the
and
second.
so that you
No,
can feel better. That's fragility. No, you came
that's
at me
not
and you said
that's not
you made an
fragility. That's not
ignorant
ignoring it.
statement.
That's having enough emotional intelligence to
No.
understand people's intent and being able to communicate difficult conversations in a way that is effective. Because
No,
it's
I
not
get that part.
effective to call somebody a racist
I
because
get
they said,
that.
I don't see color, because that's what they were taught to say as
Okay, let
someone
me
who
be
identifies as not being
let me
racist.
be clear. Let me be
And it's
very clear.
also enough to be emotional intelligent to say, look, in this situation, I felt violated. However, I understand it was not your intent to violate me. And that is literally all Crystal had to say. Because the women were not trying to invalidate Crystal's feelings. The women were trying to protect Sutton with these words like violate and racist, which are huge, huge words that a lot of people have been canceled for. A lot of businesses have gone out of business for. That is why the women were so specific about semantics, not because they were trying to invalidate Crystal, but because of what Crystal was saying had huge consequences, when I don't think Sutton violated her, and I don't think Sutton is a racist.
I don't either, but I do think that, like you said, words matter. And if I
Yeah, they
continue to
do.
go,
They
if
do.
I continue to allow whomever the person is or the group of people are who feel as though whatever I'm saying doesn't gel with them and it's going to have all these consequences, words should have consequences. Because maybe you'll think differently the next time. I can guarantee you this. Sutton is thinking completely differently about her statement, and I just
I
wholeheartedly
think she
believe
I think I think
she's
I
probably
think
never
she's
going to say that
I think
again,
she's thinking
and it's with
differently
good
about
cause.
I think she's differently about saying statements to people who are emotionally immature,
No, that's
unable to
not true.
communicate. It
That's not
is
true.
true. It is true
No, it's
because
not. I think this.
anytime Crystal gets backed in a corner, she fumbles, she projects, and she doesn't know what to say, and she puts her foot in her mouth.
I'm
And
not saying
words do
any of
matter,
that.
and she should,
I'm
and she never, and at the end of the day, Crystal knows very well that she just felt embarrassed, and then she doubled down on what she said because she felt embarrassed and she didn't know how to get out of it. This has nothing to do with someone who is actually being violated or racially attacked, and that's another big problem. If everything is so sensitive and so up in arms, you defeat the purpose. How do you actually make progress when you're not having these alleged, I'm going to check you teachable moments in ways that are constructive? Because Crystal was not constructive at all. She's an adult. Validate yourself.
So my thing is, so is Sutton. You're an adult. I shouldn't have to have a class with you.
So then
You're a
don't.
whole
So then
adult.
don't. So then
Well,
don't.
but
She
what I'm
wasn't
saying
asking
is
for it. She wasn't asking
you
for a
weren't,
session.
but what you're saying is
So she
offensive.
wasn't.
It may not be offensive to you because it's not offensive to you. And that's why I was saying we don't live in a vacuum. I can have an opinion
Right.
and you can have an opinion about the same exact thing, and 3,000 other people will think something completely different. Who's wrong? Who's
That's
right?
just
You
exactly. So
determine what's
exactly.
offensive
So
to you.
then
So if
why? So then
if Chris,
if people exactly because that is a given. Of course, people experience words and experiences differently as people. Of course, but that is my whole point. So who is Crystal to then have this whole up in arm things against Sutton? Whereas if Sutton said to me, I don't see color, I would have laughed and been like, girl, let me educate, like not educate you, but like, don't say that anymore. That's so played out. This is what it is. I
I mean,
would not take anybody saying I don't see color as them
I get
trying to
it.
be dismissive. So
I
the
get
fact
it.
that Crystal is claiming she felt that, and I actually don't even think Crystal really did. I just think Crystal gets herself in situations that she doesn't know how to get out of. And if we want to be progressive, if we want to make progress, if we want to truly do something about this, we need to have conversations that are constructive, not just critical, pointing the finger, blah, 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 blah. That's not going to get anybody anywhere. Crystal was a mess. Point blank
That's the thing.
period.
Crystal isn't that
Crystal was
constructive
a
person.
mess. The Crystal
So
Sutton situation had nothing to do with racism, had nothing to do with being violated. It had something to do with a woman who felt uncomfortable in a situation and she got embarrassed and she didn't know how to articulate that. And instead, she threw out all these different words and then doubled down on them because she didn't know how just to say, you know what, I was embarrassed in the moment, my bad. That's it. And it's nothing to do with
wow.
racism, nothing to do with validating her feelings. Come on. Please. No. Mm-mm. No. Crystal just got embarrassed and didn't know how to get out of it. That's pretty much what happened. In my opinion.
I mean, for me, I just don't think Crystal articulates that. I mean, just like Anne Marie or 8.5, as I'm dubbing her, Crystal is no exception to the rule. She doesn't either articulate herself that well. Constantly confusing, and as much as I'm not a big Kyle fan, because after what she did to Lisa Vanderpump, that kind of really hit a nerve with me. And but when Kyle says you're confusing to Crystal, she literally, in my opinion, is confusing. Like, I just don't know. I really just don't know when it comes to her. I just don't think the honesty and sincerity of her, which is why I would get rid of her, because it's just and the discrepancies. But I kind of, I know that you were saying earlier, Candy, how you didn't fully believe Sutton and the divorce and what have you. I tell you what, I also didn't believe with Sutton is that this Crystal friendship is super sincere, because on Instagram, Crystal, Garcelle, and Sutton like try to portray this trio friendship. But if I was in Sutton's position and Crystal did that to me, we could be friends, but we wouldn't be like besties.
I would never trust her again. Like, you're getting on international television saying that my intent was to violate you and that I'm a racist person. I would never trust you again. And Crystal didn't think that. It's beyond obvious Crystal really didn't think that. She just got embarrassed and didn't know how to dig herself out of it. That's it. And the truth is, that's okay, Crystal. We've all been in situations where we felt embarrassed and we maybe put our foot in our mouth. But the fact that you doubled down on it is really what the problem is. And that's why at that table, the women were like, girl, come on, Chris. Like, you're saying these really big words. You can't get on national television accusing somebody of violating you and being a racist unless that person has violated you and is a racist. Those are really big, big words to use.
Like, to me, I also just feel that she kind of just seems always, when it was the first season of Beverly Hills, you had Lisa Vanderpump, Camille, Adrian, who were the three wealthiest housewives and what have you, and Kyle, ironically, was actually one of the poorest back then. Crystal, because she has the most valuable house and all this stuff, and she kind of, the only thing I can give her somewhat credit is that she actually doesn't live in the valley and she lives in Bel Air. And what have you, but literally with her, it's just, I mean, if you had to say someone, like, obviously I know one would say it's a bit unfair because she's been on the show a lot longer, but when you have someone like Erika, or even someone like Sutton herself, do you think Crystal has what it ever takes to be on someone like Erika or Sutton's level of what a housewife, or someone like a Kenya Moore?
I do. I think the issue with Crystal is I want to see Crystal have fun, because I feel like she actually is a fun, vibey person, but I want to see Crystal like hosting boozy brunches with all of her 14 Beverly Hills girlfriends at her house. I want to see her shopping. I want to see her traveling. I want to see home decor that's like really cool, not that like basement remodel weird thing that she did. I want to see that. Like, I think if Crystal actually showed more of her Beverly Hills housewife life, because she does have a lot of money. She's married to a Disney exec. She doesn't have to say the name of her company if she doesn't want to give Bravo any residuals on that. I get that, but she could talk about it in ways without saying it. Like how Sonia never says her daughter's name on camera. She always says the kid. So you could do workarounds like that. I would love to see more of Crystal's life in a fun way, like fun and shopping and all of that. Like, I think that's also a big thing that's missing on the shows, is that it's gotten too much into like, we need to expose people and there needs to be drama, versus let's just get all together and like have fun and live this like aspirational life. I want more of that type of stuff. Yeah, we'll have like, for example, like the Real Housewives of Sydney, I thought was brilliant. It was so entertaining. It was so gross, or so cool, but it wasn't dark. There's nothing dark about it. And they had their little drama and their stuff, because anytime you get a group of women together who have opinions and all of that, you're going to have, drama, but it doesn't have to be dark drama. And so I think Crystal has the potential. She just has to clock in, not just to call Anne Marie a B, but like clock in with your life. Like, I want to see you go to the spa. I want to see you get, facials and then go lunch at a really cool place in Beverly Hills. I want to see you host like Taco Tuesday. To me was a little bit of a want. I'm like, you're hosting a Taco Tuesday at your house and it's freezing outside. Like, what? Like, you could do better, Crystal. You have the money. Like, girl, do it, So that's kind of where I feel about Crystal. Gossip news! We missed you! Oh, gossip news. I'm sorry if running my mouth made you go away. I apologize. That was not my intent. I get very passionate and maybe I'm loud on here. If I am, I apologize. It was never my intent. So gossip news, if you want to come back, please come back. I'll drop the link. Yay. And I'm sorry. I don't mean it. I just run my mouth. So I apologize.
But like in terms of like, you said you would be down for Denise to come back.
Oh, gossip says it's fine. I was starving. Okay, good. Woo. All right. All right.
You were saying you'd be down for Denise to come back.
Yeah, why not?
If, for example, hypothetically, if the Denise and Camille were to come back next season, which two would you get rid of? Just ultimately now.
Anne Marie and Dorit.
Okay.
Gossip, you're back.
Hey, look.
Hi, you dropped off. I felt so bad. If I apologize.
No, it was not you.
Okay,
I was
good.
literally. Look, I had literally ordered. I was literally ordering food, and food had paused up. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go eat, and I'm gonna come back.
Yeah.
It did take. I should have said, "Hey, I'll be right back. I'm getting food."
Yeah.
But,
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Adam, and then gossip news, or gossip news and Adam, whichever.
But
I'll let Adam go.
Okay.
But with Denise coming back, then do you think she and Erika? I mean, if Denise came back next season, even though Erika and her have had rocky pasts and what have you, I kind of think those two, if they play their cards right, could actually, the two of them with Garcelle and Sutton, could make decent television, and Camille will be kind of like Camille will be the icing on top if she came there with them. But why do you think? Because if you go on Instagram, Camille did do this post of Beverly Hills Legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, aside from Camille, and do you think any of the other season one cast would be, excluding Lisa Vanderpump, obviously, because you can never go wrong. But do you think like the Adrians and the Kims and Scary Taylor, as I kind of dubbed her,
I
do you think there would actually be a vibe? Because Camille often does these throwbacks with Beverly Hills, and Kyle sometimes does apparently as well. But Camille often posts season 1 photos once every 3-4 months. And do you think if season 1 actually was aired today, do you think that cast would be a vibe, or do you think that cast would be dead?
I think as a legacy show, it would be a vibe. As just a fresh new show, I'm not sure. But I think as legacy, yes, because we know them, and I think it would be fun. I wouldn't mind seeing them, because I do think that, unlike the current cast, I think that these women are in, and this is no shade to the current cast, because I love the majority of these women on the show. It's just life, sometimes you're in good places, sometimes you're not, and that's okay. It's just life. I think that the women that you described, like the Camille's and the Adrians, I think they're in really good places. I think they have new husbands and new boyfriends and new businesses. I think that would be really cool. They all seem to be thriving and happy. And because we have a history with them, but they haven't been, but it's not stale, because they haven't been on the scenes every single season recycling storylines, I think it could be fresh. I think it could be a vibe. I would love it. I would love to see Adrian and Marisol. Like, I wonder how they would get along.
Oh my gosh! I mean,
right?
I mean, Adrian. I mean, I liked her because she literally had her and Lisa when they lived opposite each other. Mm-hmm. When I saw season 1 for the first time, and I saw those Beverly Park houses, I was like, wow. And about a year or so beforehand, Kyle sold Camille's Beverly Park house, which was even better than Lisa and Adrian's, because it had like a view of Beverly Hills. Because obviously, when you have Kelsey Grammer and Camille Grammer coin, then obviously you're going to have the view.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of what you were saying though about Crystal, I agree with what you said pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I like Crystal. I just think she just got herself in a situation she didn't know how to get out of. I think that's really just what it boiled down to. And I agree with the whoever said the comment earlier. I do think that Sutton and Garcelle took her aside and was like, "Hey, listen, like, this is what's up," and then they were able to squash it. I think Crystal's a good person. She just got herself in a situation and didn't know how to get out of it. And we've all been there. We've all had those moments where we've either said something and doubled down or whatever the case is. And I get it. We're all humans. It happens to all of us.
Yes.
Yeah. Speaking of being human, gossip news, I am like you. I am starving. So, last thoughts. Go start with Chanel, then Adam, then gossip.
In reference to the
Anything.
reunion.
Anything you want. Anything you want.
I don't know. Can you come back to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course.
Because I was doing something else while you were saying that. Give me 1 second.
You okay? You go, Adam.
I think for me this season, like, aside from season 9, this season so far probably is the flattest of them all. Because season 9, it wasn't necessarily flat, but it was hard to watch because of the takedown of Lisa Vanderpump. But this season's just been flat, and I mean, Sutton's been doing her part, and I'm glad she's got the first chair, as we all are, because I think she deserves it. Mm-hmm. I kind of feel with Beverly Hills. I don't want Renna back, but I kind of want, like, Renna was loud in kind of like causing the chaos and had some good humor, but some very nasty antics. But I kind of want someone of that.
Yeah.
Renna, Camille, Lisa Vanderpump, loudness type of thing. Because someone like Denise, I think she's interesting and got her and does her part, but I wouldn't say she's someone who's kind of loud in the terms of chaos. Or Camille kind of goes into it. I mean, Erika goes into it, and Sutton wasn't going to let 8.5 off the hook about the esophagus. But I kind of think there needs to be someone who can match Sutton and Erika, kind of someone like who can kind of compete with their loudness, if that makes sense.
No, 100%. Because like each housewife, again, just like storytelling, there's always an archetype. There's like the hero, the cheerleader, the bad guy, all of that stuff. We do need that certain type of pot stir type of energy, that sort of like alpha female kind of energy. I agree 100%. It's like when we were talking about Vanderpump Rules, and I was like, we need a Jax energy, but not Jax. So 100%, I agree with you. We need a person who can be like a Rinna, but not Rinna.
Yeah.
Because we just need someone who has that archetype 100%. Like you have like your quarterbacks, you have your blah, 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 you have your beta girls, you have the da, da, da. So I agree 100%. And I think that this season has been flat. But I also think that for two reasons. I think one, I don't think the women had enough time to heal from what happened last season, even though they did start filming later. Last season was a lot. It was a lot. And then I also think, like we said before, each woman is kind of going through their own transition and crisis, and they might not be energetically as joyful as they normally would be, which again is normal. We all as human beings go through, periods of times where we're up or we're down or whatever it is. But when you have an entire cast kind of in that same energetic space, it gets flat. So I agree. I think that we need an Rinna archetyped, but not someone who is like a Rinna. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. And do you think?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there was the Beg who thankfully didn't come back. Candy knows, but for those who don't know, when I reference the Beg, I mean who was by the name of Diana Jenkins.
Mm-hmm.
I called her the Beg because I thought she was desperate, and I ruffled her feathers a bit because she blocked me.
That's good.
But do you think H last season was too much? Do you think, because like with Beverly Hills, they never had 8 before, but casts like Atlanta and Potomac have had 8, and it works for them. Like, do you think H is too much? Or what's your take on that?
No, because I think that with this particular cast, Crystal is basically a friend of. Like, Crystal has as much screen time as Anna Marie. So I actually think it would have strengthened this season if they had an additional woman who was like actually showing up and clocking in, that was like a new fresh face. Because to me, Anna Marie and Crystal basically were friends of the show.
I mean, especially 8.5, because 8.5 only came in episode 6.
Yep.
But last final thing.
Okay, baby.
And that is, I thoroughly enjoyed the game we experimented that turned out to be a great banter and success.
Oh my god, last night was so much fun.
Yeah,
we got to do it again. DM me a good time for you, because I know you're on such a different time schedule.
Because when you're in LA, I'm 8 hours ahead of you.
Yeah.
So literally, I mean, I'm a bit of a night owl, but that was but so yeah, as long as it's not a Sunday or like, as long as it's kind of like a Thursday, Friday, Saturday type of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe Wednesday, but like just because of the 8 hours difference, we definitely should do that again, and because that was just top quality that was the
It was so
that was
fun.
just top quality, and that was just so funny. I mean, when I gave you uh what you guys later dubbed as Gollum, and and just and the very last thing is I love the your Tom Hiddleston tipsy voice. That was
Don't
fun.
get me started, Adam. Don't.
The Tom Hiddleston tipsy voice was
Don't
just
get
so.
me started. I like literally spent the night watching like dance videos of him. Oh my
Well,
god, don't stop. See?
you said
Stop.
don't get me started. You just literally said it yourself.
Don't get me started.
Oh my god. But yes.
Okay, gossip news. It's your turn, sweetheart. Sound off.
Okay, one, I do
Mhm.
feel like this season was somewhat of a flop. I think, do I miss Serena's energy? Yes, it's a mix between yes and no. I missed like how she would be the pot stirrer, but not how she would go at someone. But I do think at this point, each of the housewives are on their own. Erica's like on a redemption arc because of Brenna and the last 2 years. You have Crystal. Sutton's now finding her own place. Garcelle is dealing with family stuff. Dorit's been dealing with her PTSD, which I have not seen much of that as a storyline at all. Kyle's on the midst of a fake divorce or real divorce. I'm not entirely sure. And Crystal and Anne Marie are they're just there. They're like they're like the friends that they're like the weird uncle that you only see like twice a year. That's them. But I do feel like at some point we do need a new cast. Either we need to get rid of Kyle, Dorit, or Erica, or just come up with a whole new cast. And I will say I am proud of Sutton for clocking in this season because it's strange. I like Sutton, but the last 2 seasons it didn't feel like she was there. And I don't know why I feel that way. I
Mhm.
don't know.
Yeah. No, you have the right to feel that way. No, totally.
But I am
I
proud of
get
her
it.
this season, and I'm glad that she has first chairs now, so she can just stare straight at Kyle.
Mhm. Thank you, Gossip News, and thank you for
You're
coming
welcome.
back. I'm happy it was just food. I felt so bad because
No,
I just get really passionate, and if I get too loud or run my mouth too much, I apologize. It was not meant
it's
to.
fine. It's
Okay.
fine, and I agree with all your points. It
You
was dead
too.
wrong for Erica to bring up the kid.
Exactly, because I just got like, listen, like, especially like little, like, I don't care who it is. If it's a child and somebody's speaking on their sexuality, that to me is just really, it's too low. Like, Erica, deal with Denise, deal with the mother, don't deal with the children. You know?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Go Chanel. Final words, baby.
You're a mess. Um,
I
what
know.
was I gonna say? Oh, okay, so this is what I was gonna say. I think I would like, I know this is never gonna
Hmm.
happen because it's like what I'm asking is like, can we please unring the bell or unspill the milk? It's never gonna happen. But the reason I started watching the Real House before the Real House, Housewives of whatever, they had this TV show because I'm old, like I told y'all, where this white guy he had this really fancy-ish sounding like English voice, and for whatever reason in our country, I feel
Hmm.
like we believe them if they sound like they're from across the pond over there. I automatically think they're truthful. Just saying,
Yup.
but
Same.
I'm just saying. But so this guy, he would get on there and it was called like the Life of the Rich and Famous, and I've never been rich or famous, nor do I really care to be. I care to be rich, but not necessarily famous. Um, I think there's a reason that The Simple Life, when I was like 19 years old or whatever, came out, and why we all were looking at it, because it was just kind of like this contrast between regular people working at the Burger King or at the Cow, whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
Paris Hilton talking about they buy wall stuff at the Walmart, right? It was funny, and it was just like, these people are so dumb, but it's entertaining, right? It's like you can't stop looking. And I wish that Bravo would get back to what I feel like they started out with, which is people spending disposable, enormous amounts of disposable income on things that don't matter. Like, who was it? Lisa Vanderpump that went over there and got a pony on a
Yes.
plane, and now Sutton is doing it.
Yes.
I've just
I'm
never heard of that type
yes.
of privilege. I would love to be that person. Like, I don't understand that. I've never even been on a private plane, and I'm a whole human being. Just saying. But that's my goal in life, is to finally one day go on one. I think they're getting cheaper now. But no, my point is,
And you will manifest
I
that. You got
hope.
that,
Listen,
girl.
I'm over here trying to build an empire too. Just saying.
Them
No,
Right?
them
I do.
private
That
planes.
part. That
I,
I
part.
will say that. I will say those
I,
private planes are pretty good.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
be
Got
on
some
one.
news. Okay.
I want to be on one. The closest I've gotten is first class to Dubai. That's the closest I've gotten.
Ooh,
But
you fancy.
I fell asleep for 12 hours. So even though before I got on the plane, I was like, oh yeah, I'm eating the frog while I'm having champagne. I'm probably never going to do this again because my husband was crazy and he let me do this because I was sick before. But anyways, I knew what I was doing. My thing is, husband, you knew I was fancy before. So this isn't new just because I'm
Mhm.
sick. But nonetheless, I did milk it a little bit. No, I just wish they would get back to those type of things. Like even the season that Denise was on, that first season she was on, and they were somewhere across the pond, and they had, I think this was Garcelle's first season, and she was shopping, and it was just like this purple, not purple, blue and red, like Fendi sweater. Like it was this oversized thing that no one needs, right? Because who needs Fendi? I do, but I'm just saying no one really needs it. And they said the price was like $22,000 or something like that. And I'm just kind of like, I want to know what that feels like to just spend, $22,000 on an unnecessary piece of
Exactly.
Fendi. I want to know what that feels like. And I know a
Yes.
lot of people who are very, let me say it like this. I have a mixed group of friends, right? I have friends who have surgeons as husbands and they live a very wealthy life, in my opinion. And then I have friends who don't. And then there's me in the middle. I have some Chanel, but I can't shop at Chanel every day. I just want to know what that feels like to not care, to not be like, let me call my husband and have the lady at the Saks Fifth Avenue tell my husband this is why I need this Chanel. I want to be able to do that. But no, I hope and I wish that they could get back
Exactly.
to that. I do get what the one guy was saying. I'm not sure who said it, but when he said something about Lisa Rinna not being there, it's different.
Mhm.
I agree. I do think that there is a shift, right? Because the
Mhm.
bully's gone, or the head bully is gone. Let me say it like that, and it's kind of like the friendship is broken up, and
Yes.
it's not as effective anymore because it was like you were either on Sutton and Garcelle's team somewhat, or you were on the other team. And but I think you need the contention or the strife on some level. I just think the way they're going about getting it is unnatural, which is why people
Yep.
get irritated by it, right? Because it's just like,
Yep.
we see what you're doing. Your whole shit is made of glass. Oh, I'm sorry, your stuff is made of glass, and we can see straight through it. And so that's why it's just kind of like it gets under our skin. It's just like, can't everybody see what Lisa's doing? Can't everybody see that Erica's being this, that, and third? And it feels like we're being, I don't like it when my intelligence is tap danced on, like I'm stupid. And I feel like
Yes.
Bravo is doing that now, because it's almost like we've gone down the yellow brick road and we see that the emperor has no clothes. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, now we see what you guys are doing. I didn't know season one that this was all like reality TV, but I know better now. You know what I mean? And so it's just kind of like, in my opinion, like when I go back to what I said initially, when you have this guy from wherever he's from on TV showing us these Lamborghinis and the, Rolls Royce and all that, it's aspirational, right? It's like, oh my God, look at what these people are able to do. And it was enough to keep us interested. And I feel like Bravo wants to go be on like Zeus or something. And I've never even watched a show on there, but I've heard it's terrible. I feel like they need to do that to keep the audience. But to me, if you feel that way, then you have the wrong audience, I feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all look at conflict and kind of like interested in it, but we don't want to see people just get beat down the whole entire season after season after season. And I wish that they would go back to that. And the last thing I would say is, I do think that I part of me, I see the need for Kyle being there as much as I dislike her. I do see the need for her being there because she's the one that, for whatever silly reason, every season someone comes on and they drink the Kool-Aid and they believe that she's their friend. And for whatever reason, she never she's almost like the guy. She's just so slippery. She never get. I don't know if you guys watch Potomac, but Ashley and Kyle kind of have
Yes.
this thing where it's like, how does Ashley throw the grenades every single time and nobody ever holds her accountable? It's just like it's magical. So part of me feels like the show needs Kyle, I think, just because Kyle is the person that will throw it out at the dinner table and then everybody will just latch on. You know what I'm saying? And they just start fighting each other and they don't fight her. So it's almost like you kind of really need her. But I do think it's time for a different person, a fresher breath of air. That being said, I almost feel like the reality TV is like coming to its end because it no longer, I could say for me, some of it no longer makes me feel like, oh, I'm excited. It's almost like after I watch it, I'm like, damn, that's so messed up. How to, you know what I'm saying? So I want to feel good about when I watch the rich people do the rich people stuff. I want
Right.
it's kind of like, but not exactly, because we don't need a whole show of Kathy Hilton. But
Okay.
it's kind
Right.
of what Kathy Hilton brought. It was just kind of like this quirky, weird. I want to see the quirky, weird white lady. Shout out to all my white people. I love y'all too. I'm just saying. I want to see her not know what to do with whatever it is. And I think she was putting on a lot of the times, but I'm just saying, I want to see, I loved when they went to Colorado to Aspen, and Kyle is that materialistic person, and I'm not shading her because I love the materialistic stuff too, but I don't think you should not try to make people feel bad because they don't have it or because they can't afford it. I don't like that. I'm not shady like that. And that's what Kyle was trying to do to her sister at the table. Look at this, what she has. It's like, you can't embarrass her. She's your sister. They still think more of her sister than they do of you, which is why everybody got all happy when they brought her on the show. So it's like, Kyle, stop it. But the
Well,
quirkiness
Kathy
of
was meant
her.
to be on the show in season 1, but
Well,
she
right. But
chose not to.
I'm
Yeah.
saying Kyle feels like because she's the last lady standing, this is her show. And on some level it is, and I'll give her that. But what I'm saying is I like better that not Kyle, but her sister Kathy really didn't care about having some fancy whatever in Colorado and Aspen. She was just kind of like, this is a regular place. Whereas
Because
Kyle,
that's how you know somebody is actually wealthy.
correct.
Yeah, that's called old
Right.
money attitude.
Yeah,
Old
that's
money.
called old
Look,
money. That's like
She
wealth
doesn't care.
whispers. Yeah, she
She
doesn't
doesn't
care.
care.
and
Yeah.
remember
All
when
right, you guys, I really gotta go. It's
Oh,
been 4.5
Right.
hours and I'm
oh, it has?
starving.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I
Have a
know.
good one,
God.
guys.
You too. I love you guys.
Night.
Mwah. Thank you so much,
Night.
Janelle. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Gossip News. Thank you, everybody in the chat box for holding me down. Irene, Kimberly, Foxy, Gloria, Miss T, Chocolate Chunks, Janet, Irene. Who else has been in here doing it? If I missed you, I apologize. So yes, everybody, this was so much fun. I thought I would be on here for an hour. It's 4.5 hours later. Love you guys. Have a fun and safe Friday night. Have a fun and safe weekend. And we will be back. So go ahead and hit the notification bell so you don't miss it when we go live. Like, subscribe, and share. And remember, let's just be kind to each other. Let's give each other the benefit of the doubt. You know, let's just be kind to each other. I love you guys. I'll talk to you later. Bye.